5644.3. Well, I've only been in orbit over the PX-19 world for 2 days. We managed to create the colonist site in what may be record time. What was supposed to take us 7 days, we managed to complete in two. While the planet is a lush jungle world, its views are breathtaking. Despite the bugs and forms of tropical diseases, the doctor and his staff managed to create a treatment for one of them. As a reward to the crew, I have authorized shore leave for them on the planet's surface until the Trill Mining Company arrives. Even though it's only been a day, I plan to take this opportunity for myself as well and engage on a little camping trip with Nozen. I know of the few of the senior staff have made similar plans for themselves too. Perhaps perhaps in time this world will become another paradise planet for others to enjoy. I do hope that the mining colony doesn't strip away too much of the natural wonder this world has to offer. Such paradises are far too often easily destroyed in the wake of progress. End log.
Okay. So, as the captain stated in the log, all of you have been granted the opportunity to enjoy shore leave on the planet's surface. Let me delete some of the extra characters here. So just very quickly, run me down what everyone would be doing with their shore leave. Just to basically refresh my memory. I know what the captain's plans are.
Casey, DeGrasse, and Nidan at least all went camping together, at least from what I remember from the last episode. But
Yeah.
I don't know what happened after that, if they stuck around.
Yep, that's right.
The doctor would probably accompany them, but the main reason for him going with them is to get a quick scan of the local flora and fauna in order to make sure there's no other diseases that he has to get a treatment for.
Okay. Mendrock, I believe you were heading back to the ship?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to follow up with Kai and.
Yes. Yeah, but I just want to make sure that's what was going on with your shore leave.
Yep.
If I could find all of these. All right, so I'm going to start the episode. It's probably sunset on the planet. Most of the people have either gone back up to the ship or are hanging around the colony. A few of your crew members are exploring around. A few of them are running scans and, just having fun in the colony and around the colony. The 4 senior staff have walked, maybe a kilometer or two away from the colony site to a nice secluded spot to set up camp for the evening. Captain, were you doing something similar? Were you staying in the colony or were you going deeper into the jungle? As the captain is not here. In that case, we'll stick with our 4 senior staff members. So you 4 just reach where you saw on the ship sensors on your tricorders a pretty nice spot with a pretty good view overlooking a canyon below to set up camp. It has like a small river running near it. It's overlooking like a waterfall into a little basin, that was caused by the erosion of the flowing water. And I'll open it up there.
Sorry, are we setting up the camp now, or is that us?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the second night. Yeah, second night. So you just got done finishing up the colony. You gathered all your equipment. You guys set out with what was left in the daylight. Probably got a couple kilometers away from the colony and got to the place I described.
So DeGrasse will take a quick scan of the countryside and just say, "No, looks like a fantastic spot. This is gorgeous."
Yeah, it's beautiful. I don't think I remember the last time I had the chance to take in a planet that was this untouched by civilization.
Unfortunately, we may be among the last to enjoy it as such. I guess we shall take in what we can.
Hopefully the colonists will set up a nature preserve to preserve at least some of the planet in its original state.
Perhaps we could suggest that to the incoming colony administrators.
It's a great idea. Well, if I know anything, and he glances back at Nidan, about our people, they should be open to that idea.
GM, to clarify, is there like kind of a steep face that we have to like scale down to get to this camping site, or?
1 second. I'm actually putting in the picture now.
Okay. Cool.
Of course, it's not going to be a high res.
No, it's okay. So DeGrasse will glance at the doctor and say, "Doctor, what do you think?"
Well, the location looks good for a good night. However, being this far out from the main camp, I would like to run a couple scans real quick and make sure, with the colonists wander out this far, there's no unknown factors. Know what I mean?
Understood.
You're all able to see it now?
Yep.
Yes.
Nidan will say to the doctor, it'd probably be a good idea to scan the local fauna and make sure there's nothing lethally poisonous floating around on the local crops. Or not crops, but plants.
Agreed. That was my plan already since we were out here, but I'll do it real quick.
All right, Doc, go ahead and give me a reason or control science difficulty of 1. Oh, you're looking for more
Reason or
poisonous
control?
stuff. Let's go reason or control with medicine or science.
Okay. In that case, it'll be a reason medicine and a focus in infectious diseases or genetics, possibly,
Yeah.
maybe even xenobiology.
Yeah, all the 2 of those are good.
Okay. What was the difficulty you said?
Just 1.
Okay. I'll just roll this flat.
There we go. Sorry, trying to do that really quick. Okay, now I can check the roll. Gain 2 momentum. So Doctor, this area of the forest has a larger concentration of life forms than around the colony site did, mostly because of the vast water source that exists here. There's just far more insects, far more reptiles, a lot of fish species, more variety of plant species around here that are using the water, obviously for what plants use it for. So there's a few, you figure there's probably a few predatory plants, like maybe giant, like pitcher plants, that eat some of the larger insects and some larger birds. But nothing that will really be harmful to you. You still have the mosquito types here, but your inoculation should work. You are also detecting that there are a few predatory species that hang around the site as well. Mostly a canine species and a species of leopard.
Well, everything seems to be normal for this type of area. I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. The only thing to really worry about is 2 different predatory species. It seems like some type of like leopard and some type of canine species. Don't know whether it's dog or wolf, but true. Or a fox. That this seems like a pretty good place. The local flora shouldn't present any issues. Everything seems to check out.
Well, that's good. It certainly seems run of the mill for most natural environments. Okay, Casey. What do we do?
Well, there's dangers in all untamed natural environments. I think we should be fine if we keep standard survival knowledge in the back of our minds. Keep food away. If approached by an animal, make loud noises, phasers if necessary.
GM, what time of day would it be?
It's probably around dusk.
Okay.
Maybe 45 minutes until the sun sets. Definitely don't have much daylight left, if that's what you're asking.
Well, Commander, we may want to set up our camp before we lose the last daylight.
Okay, well, you certainly know more about this than I do. So, I'll follow your lead.
So is it like a difficult, like, sort of trek down to the where we intend to camp? Or can we just like walk there?
There's a a little rolling hill you could use to get down there.
Perfect.
And so you probably eventually get down there to your campsite, and I assume that you start making your camps. Yay.
Yep, let's do it.
All right, so this is gonna be let's go ahead and make this a control or fitness with engineering. Difficulty 2.
Sorry, is that one person rolling, or we check the roll? It's
Well, for everybody, if you have your own camps, if you have your own like tent and such, it's more or less trying to get it done before darkness.
Right.
Is really what the roll is for.
Gotcha. Survival for a focus.
Yeah.
Oof.
The grouse always seems to do pretty terrible with these survival type rolls.
Anything physical.
if you wanna, share my 10,
Yeah.
I'll see if this goes any better. Nope. Can we combine our scores into one assembled 10?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you guys could share.
Sure.
So, you probably estimate that you have 15, 20 minutes tops before it really starts to get dark in this part of the valley that you chose to pitch your tents at. Nadan gets her tent up quick enough. She's probably been practicing when she heard she was going camping. She probably practiced putting the tent up a few times on the ship. Whereas the gentlemen of the group, overconfident in their abilities, are scrambling to try to get their tents up when the night finally comes through. That you're not able to get your mosquito netting up properly by the time it gets too dark. So you might have some mosquito problems while you sleep, but that's not a big deal.
I haven't set up one of these survival shelters since, well, I don't know how long.
DeGrasse is just awkwardly watching Casey and trying to mimic everything he does right after the fact.
Since I'm done, do any of you want a hand?
Perhaps.
Alright,
GM, are we able to like continue working on it under like lantern light?
Yeah. I mean, it's seeing if there's they're seeing if there's any complications that's going to happen to those that failed overnight. Is really what this roll is for. But yeah, so you guys continue making up your camps, setting up setting up the campfire and getting logs and wood brought over. And so as you guys are doing that, we will head back to the captain. Did the captain come back yet?
I am here.
Okay. So you were also going out into the woods, the camp, correct?
I was actually gonna find like a more like a beach or lagoon. Lagoon.
Okay. Oh, by the way, you guys have 2 momentum from the doctor's roll. So Captain, while you're on the ship getting everything ready, go ahead and give me a reason science difficulty 1. So this is by ship sensor science, so I guess diff 0.
I'll roll flat. It's a good thing it's a div 0, so the ship can't still assist.
So you're going through you're going through the scans of the planet's surface. You're running some new scans. It's definitely been a while since you've had to work the sensors. You normally have good people under you doing that for you, but it takes you a good while. But you'll eventually find a nice secluded spot. Probably near an inlet with one of the oceans. So it has some beachy qualities to it.
Oh, we don't have. Too bad we don't have high resolution. um, does it appear there to be any predators or momentum?
Sure. So one of the nice qualities of how the beaches are designed and what you would say is potentially turbulent weather near the coastlines. Most of the predators tend to stay, most of the prey animals tend to stay in the forest. And so most of the predators stay with them. So there's not much in the way of predators along the coastlines. It's just it's just how the rainforest is set up here. They tend to be at a certain elevation due to weather patterns. So the coastlines are more or less more forested than jungle.
Can expand on that just a little bit with that question, like any other dangers?
In terms of plants and animals, no. There could potentially be more severe weather that might come in from the ocean, but you're not seeing any forming on sensors.
Okay. Then gonna pack for the trip. And notified Nozen of some time off if I don't think I asked him. So yeah, she's going to ask him if he would like to accompany her down to the surface of the planet for a little camping trip near a beachhead.
He'll respond back. I've never been on a camping trip. What do I need to bring?
She will offer some suggestions, but she'll bring most of the survival stuff.
And he says, give me an hour and I'll get everything packed up. And he'll meet you in the transporter.
So a tent, basic survival gear. Yeah, and some clothes.
Alright, it doesn't take you much to get all that gathered.
So yeah, she'll meet him in the transporter room with another, backpack with additional supplies for him, and oh yeah, sunscreen.
Ah, yes, very important.
How long do those inoculations last for, like the mosquitoes?
You don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
The roll took care of all of that. You're able to synthesize as much as you need for however long it lasts. So, maybe you have to inoculate yourself a few times during the day, but it's not a big deal. You have all that. It's a non-factor, I should say, now that the doctor created the advantage last game. So an hour goes by. Really? I don't have sounds on this one? There we go. The sound is broken, I see.
It's gonna keep canceling now. Eventually.
What is going on with the audio?
The bridge audio is playing currently.
Okay, I'm just not hearing it. Okay, anyway. Let me restart the game. Because the audio was broken for me. All right, so you hear the door open, and here comes Nozen, carrying a few bags with him. Bigger bags, it looks like he's packed for like a week excursion.
It's just a couple days.
I just want to be ready for anything.
I hope it's something you're not afraid to lose. She smiles.
No, just I did some research on what you might need to bring into a jungle, and I thought I'd rather be over-prepared than under-prepared.
Aren't you an archaeologist? Don't you go on little excursions every now and then?
Yes, that is true, but I tend to always over-prepare.
Well, hop on the transporter pad. hope you have room for another bag to carry.
I think I could squeeze it in. And he'll grab whatever bag you have, hurl it over his shoulder while trying to keep all his bags tied. You can tell he's struggling a little bit, but he says, but you think he can manage.
Luckily, we're beaming to the campsite.
What's that?
I said, luckily, we're beaming to the campsite, as she mumbles, and then she kind of looks to the transport chief. Energize, please. Energize, please.
I Captain. And you're beamed onto one of the beaches around the site that you picked out. You could hear the sound of waves crashing along the shore. Sound of flowing water from one of the inlets near you that where the river opens out into the ocean. You could hear birds flying from tree to tree in the distance.
The cool breeze from the ocean.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely not as hot along the ocean as it is in the jungle. The jungle is more humid. Here you're getting cooler ambient temperature from the water.
She's going to take a moment, take in the sight and the air, and then she's going to put her bag down in the sand and then start finding an appropriate spot to put the tent down, probably close to the tree line.
Okay, go ahead and give me either control or fitness with engineering. Again, it's later in the evening, so you're wanting to make sure you're able to get everything done and complete before nightfall.
What's the difficulty?
What did I say? 2?
Oh, this is gonna go just terrible. Survival for a focus.
Yes.
Actually, I don't even know why I asked that, because it doesn't matter. Noticing if you want to help set up camp, you're welcome to, but I will try and manage on my own.
He'll help. He's not a jerk. So he'll get the assist. Let me see his stats. Oh, he'll attempt. Yeah, he's probably just better assisting.
I'm probably not much better either. I'll spend a momentum. Sorry, guys. Oh my god, 19s, 18, 17. That is amazing.
Yeah.
For a pop-up tent, it's kind of...
So same thing with the other crew. You're able to get the tent up fine, but you are having some difficulty as it gets later into the evening, properly installing your mosquito netting. That helps to keep all the bugs and mosquitoes off. But you're able to get everything together. You get everything put together the best you can, and you spend the rest of the a few minutes getting the camp set up, the sleeping bags unrolled, gathering some firewood, making the fire pits, maybe making a small meal. And I think we're going to head back to the other group. So a few hours go by. The majority of the senior staff, you are all gathered around a nice roaring campfire in the middle of your camp. It's definitely evening. It's dark. You could see the entire heavenly sky lit up in your small clearing that you could peek through the trees. it's you're definitely not getting any hint of light pollution here, so you're able to see the full Milky Way in all its glory.
I suppose this would be much more magnificent if it wasn't outside my window, back on the ship.
True. That said, I don't think I've ever seen it from a planet's surface before. Not this clear, at least.
Certainly something special.
Doctor, did you do a lot of camping growing up?
Oh, I did not. I mainly was one of those kids who stayed at home studying, what younger generations called nerds.
So a lot of medical texts and the like, or did you read other things?
Uh, Science, a little bit of medical back then. I didn't really get into medical until like my college years.
Well, we share that in common. I didn't do a lot of camping growing up either. Mainly read, dreamed of getting out and seeing what was off my home world.
Well, I, for one, nearly missed my Introduction to Propulsion Systems final exam because I was out on a trip. Fortunately, I had enough transporter credits left to get me back in time. The professor wasn't too pleased that I showed up to the exam in camping gear, though.
Casey, I should know this. Where are you from originally?
A very small colony. Only a few thousand people live there. It's called Purgast 5. Really a frontier colony of sorts. We didn't really have any exports. My family had a homestead there.
Well, it seems we have similar backgrounds. Tragus 8 for me. Otherwise known as isolated and middle of nowhere.
I never thought that I would serve on a starship for any extended period of time. Didn't think I'd be able to keep myself inside that long. My sister and I spent most of our childhoods outdoors. And of course I was not the most academically inclined.
Well, seems you did just fine.
Not bad for someone who has recommended permanent shore posting after his first tour on a ship.
No way. Really?
Well, the war opened up a few positions in the fleet, I suppose, so I did end up getting back, but that was my first commanding officer's recommendation.
Well, I know that we're glad to have you as a member of our crew.
Thank you, Commander. It's truly been the greatest honor of my career.
Well, don't speak too soon. You're still pretty young.
I'm sure some of my earlier supervisors would be astonished to see that I am where I am today. How about you, Commander? What did your first commanding officer think of your performance?
Well, seeing as though I'm your commanding officer, I probably should couch this. Maybe embellish a little, but I'll give it to you straight. Fairly mediocre. Good at science. Good at being a technical practitioner, but was listed as low leadership potential. And took a while to turn that around. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I wanted to move that far into other leadership positions, but you get bored. You look for a new challenge. You learn a thing or two. And you have some very good mentors. What about you, Lieutenant Nadon?
In what way? Are you asking after what my first CO thought? Or about where I'm from?
Either? Both?
I'm actually from Trill.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I've moved around since then, obviously, but that was where I was from. But as for my first commander, say, I don't intend to be a troublemaker, but let's just say someone ended up court-martialed and it was not me, Commander.
Huh.
He does not think fondly of me.
Certainly sounds like an interesting story.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not comfortable, certainly okay.
It's more that I don't intend to make a habit of reporting commanding officers up the chain. That was an exceptional circumstance.
Understood. And, well, if I do anything that heinous, be sure to let me know. That way you won't have to report me.
Hi, Commander. So far, nobody here has uh made me feel like I would even come close to having to, aside from that situation with the mirror universe, but that wasn't actually Captain Prax, so
Oh,
it all worked
yes.
out.
I still wonder what happened to that Prax.
Yeah, it's weird to say, but I feel sorry for the people stuck in that timeline. You almost wonder if their environment had been different, would they be like us? Or
PTSD is kicking on. Oh, sorry, Nidan. Didn't mean to cut you off.
oh, no worries.
Well, I for one believe that we're largely products of our environment. We have a bit of control over our lives on a day-to-day basis, but who we are, what we become, where we're from, when we're born, who we're raised by. He looks around. All I have to say is that whatever led us here, I feel we're pretty lucky.
Well, things got very serious all of a sudden. How about a toast? And he'll pull out a bottle of like choice scotch from his rucksack. Would anyone care to join me?
I'll take you up on it, sure.
Well, so it would be rude for me to say no.
Doctor, I know you're not one to usually turn down a drink.
Usually not, no. I will gladly participate.
In case he will pour 4 glasses and hand them out. To the good ship Expedition, to the good Captain Prax, into the Federation. And to this beautiful place where we get to spend some time and shrug off the weight of our responsibilities. He'll raise his glass.
Cheers.
Hear, hear.
Here, here.
Sláinte.
And you guys continue to drink from the whiskey Casey brought, regaling each other with stories and anecdotes and all the fun stuff until you eventually all one by one get tired and turn in for the evening. We'll head back to the captain. Um, you you and Nozen eventually get your camp set up. You get a nice roaring fire going as well. And you're greeted by the full splendor of the Milky Way galaxy, looking out over the ocean from your campsite. It seems to be almost reflected in the calm evening waters. So it's like looking at a mirror or a double image.
She probably has a blanket of some sort because I'm assuming it got a little bit colder.
Yeah.
And she kind of like sits down by the beach and snuggles up next to Nozen and kind of says, "That's a sight you don't see every day."
No, it's not at all. This is a fabulous place you found for us.
It's going to be a shame sooner or later.
There's a unique property to this colony that you have built, Captain. It's the type of place that, given a few years, could be quite the nice place to settle down on.
Assuming it's not strip mined to death.
I'm sure that whatever company the Federation contracted for this is going to take steps to try to preserve large swaths of this.
Let's hope so. Federation doesn't exactly have a full claim to this world yet. Yes, maybe a little house over there would be nice.
And get a nice large window overlooking the water.
Sounds perfect.
Maybe a patio, a wooden patio built with a fire pit in the middle. And you hear him slap his arm, killing a bug, perhaps with a screen around it.
Indeed.
So what it's left for the crew to do here?
Really, it's whatever they wish to do for now until the mining company arrives.
I just see a lot of potential on this planet. Every once in a while, the universe surprises you.
It does indeed.
Oh, that reminds me. And he reaches into one of the bags he has next to him. I've been holding on to this. One of my colleagues got me this a few years ago. I've been kind of saving it for a special occasion. And they'll pull out this bottle and hand it to you. And looking at it, you could instantly tell that it is a Saurian brandy.
Saurian brandy. Quite a vintage kind.
I don't really drink much Saurian brandy. Only with really when we're celebrating something or I figure this would be a perfect time to enjoy it in good company.
Why not?
And he'll pull out two glasses and pour two.
She takes one of the glasses.
And Sozin will kind of look at the universe or look out over the ocean toward the Milky Way. And he'll hold up the glass, kind of pointing it at where the Milky Way meets with the sky. And say, to the universe and to all its glory.
To us.
He'll turn to look at you. Even better. And slowly moving for a clink.
She clinks her glass next to his. And takes a sip.
And both you and Nozen stare out over the ocean water until you tell me what you guys do in chat eventually. I think we have to head back up to the ship really quick.
Don't forget about Mendrock.
Yep, that's why I'm heading back up to the ship. I was messaging Mendrock, so I know what he was doing. Mendrock, you here?
Yep.
All right. So you head into the lounge and you grab a table over here. I'm getting a good view of the planets down below as Bob kind of requested the pilot to pitch the ship just enough to put the full planet in view of the windows in the lounge. So you get this huge planetary view out the windows.
Looking over the view and looking to see if I see anything that looks remotely like my fellow crewmates down there, and any signs of the colony that we built.
You don't really see any signs of. Really, it looks like an untouched planet. The colony is still small enough in size that you wouldn't be able to spot it from space.
Yeah, it just reminds me of growing up on the colony and that.
Or I should say, you probably do make out some light from where the colony would be when you pass through the dark side of the planet, because it is night where they're at.
Oh, yes.
And behind you, you hear the door open.
I'll take a look.
And you see this person walk in.
Yep. I smile and wave at her. And
I can never remember what your rank is. Is it Commander, Mendrock?
Lieutenant Commander.
Yep, there it is. She'll walk up to you, acknowledging the wave. Lieutenant Commander?
Hello. It's good to see you.
I have written down my schedule for your review. And she
Okay.
hands a data pad on the desk.
That's it. Are you working tonight?
My schedule has changed for the evening.
Well, if you'd like, you're welcome to join me. Assuming you're free. When it's over the
As I do not require sleep for another 8 hours.
I
Very
smile,
well. I will join.
smile at the sleep.
And she takes the chair. Looking kind of nervous and awkward sitting.
It's all right. I'm trying not to be nervous and awkward myself.
And Bob will walk up.
Oh, hey, Mom.
Hey, Mendrock. How about that view? It's, he points out to the planet.
It's pretty spectacular. I'm really glad this was not a hostile world, and we were able to get this colony built so fast. I think the Federation will have much success here.
Yes, hopefully they'll be able to maintain how pristine it looks.
Yes, hopefully they don't have to destroy too much of the overall environment. That would be tragic if so. But I understand they're going to mine it, so
Sorry, what was that, Mendrock?
I know they're going to do some mining, I believe. So
One can only hope they hired a few ecologists to help preserve the natural beauty.
I hope so as well. I know the captain and Casey and the others would certainly not want to see it destroyed any more than it has to be.
So, what can I get you to?
Well, what would you like? As he looks at Kai.
I do not require any nutritional supplements at this time. Perhaps
So,
a glass of water. Chilled.
Come on, a glass of wine.
Wine. Is that not better served with certain meals?
Yes. It usually goes along with a meal. But some drink it by itself.
Very well, I will try this wine.
Something fruity, Bob.
I got just the thing for you, Mendrock.
And I would like what you got as a special today, anything?
Let me pull up a random food item. Oh, that'll work. We have vegetarian kebabs tonight.
That's different. I can give it a try.
Very good. I'll bring a few plates.
Sounds good.
Kai,
Hey,
you try to enjoy your evening. Let me know if there's anything else I can get for you.
Okay, thank you.
And Bob heads back to the kitchen to gather the items. And a few moments later, the other server comes, drops it off at your table, and goes back about his working the room.
Take the wine glass and raise it and say, I'm not sure if you're aware, but people like to toast various celebrations or events. I would like to celebrate a new friendship with you.
A
Mm.
toast, a call to a gathering of people to raise their glasses and drink together in honor of a person or thing, or an instance of drinking in this way.
Yes.
Which person are we honoring?
You?
Me.
Yes. This beginning, this date that we're on.
I suppose this date would be classified as a thing.
Indeed it is.
Very well. How does one perform this toast?
We simply raise the glasses and gently let them strike each other, not to break them, but to just hear the ring of the glass. And then partake.
All right, Mendrock, give me. Ooh, what would this be?
Pray the board doesn't crush the glass and get.
Let's do daring security opposed.
Oh, wow. Okay. This is not going to go well. All right. How many? Just one?
Well, it's a task roll, so 2 dice. You'd roll 2
Okay.
dice.
Straight up.
Oh wow.
Well, considering how everybody else was doing, I was really worried.
So I'm gonna spend 2 threat here.
Oh no. Oh boy.
So you go to clink the glass, but you hear a mechanical wind in the arm that she's holding the glass in, and you notice as she's moving it, it moves faster than what she is trying to do, and it collides with your glass, spilling drinks all over the table, spilling the wine from the glass all over the table.
All right.
She stands up and says, "I am sorry."
It was all right. It was an accident. You didn't mean it. I'm sure Mom and someone can bring us a towel.
No. I must
and-
leave. And she very like
Oh no.
orderly heads out of the room.
I was gonna try and get up and cut her off, but
The speed at which she left is very much she's quick.
yeah. I gotta start working out more.
Uh, Bob walks over. I'm seeing
Oh,
all this.
that might have been a little too much at once. Um,
Just gotta take it slow, Commander.
indeed.
She is still trying to relearn what it's like to be a human.
Yeah, I understand. I'm certainly not human, and I'm still adjusting to being among a starship having grown up on a colony, and even, going to the academy. So, yes, yes, I can imagine it is quite overwhelming.
But don't worry about the mess, Mendrock. I'll handle that.
Oh, that's alright. Still would like to eat something. Um, but I think I'm gonna go see if I can catch up with her first. So, I may be back. Thanks, Mom. And I will head out and see if I can see if I figure out which way she went.
All right.
Ask passerby if they saw her. I'm sure there's some crew walking around.
Probably. You probably pass by a few crew members just kind of walking around.
Ask them if anyone has seen her.
You like high or low?
I like high.
They said I think she went off in that direction. Um, kind of pointing toward one of the cargo bays.
All right. I will stop and ask the ship where she is. My computer tell me where.
Kai Ano is in cargo bay 5.
All right. I will head to cargo bay 5. What was in cargo? Do I know what's in cargo bay 5?
Uh, just uh, just spare part storage.
Okay. I'll head down there then.
Since I don't think I have a cargo bay, I will just use the shuttle bay for now. Where you at? All right, Mendrock, you enter the cargo bay, and you kind of hear the sound of like a tool being used.
Okay. Well, that's my thing. I go look for what she's doing to her arm, probably.
Yep, yeah. So you follow the sound of the tool, and you see Kai using it to try adjust one of the implants that's still on, probably just below her. I don't know what probably like the forearm, like right below where the elbow bends.
All right. Mm-hmm.
You see her fiddling with the tool there.
Myself and the doctor can probably help you with that.
Commander,
You don't have to try and do this yourself. You are my friends. It is all right.
I am not one to ask for assistance in a trivial manner.
Oh, there's no need to be that prideful. I understand though. I have
Is
quite a bit of it myself. at times.
It looks like this implant is out of alignment.
Well, sure, the doctor can probably help you. And if nothing else, I would be happy to help you. I know the previous doctor did much research with the board and worked on some previous ones that we helped liberate. So,
It would appear that the alignment is with the mechanical component of the implant.
well, I am chief engineer. Might be able to help. I do know a few things about parts. I smile.
Very well. You may assist.
Come a little closer and take a look at her arm and she'll let me. And the implant.
She hands you the tool and says, I cannot reach the number 8 and number 30 input ports from this angle.
Oh, okay.
We'll need to use this tool to cross them. And she explains the manner in which you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and give me a control engineering. I'll make this a difficulty 3.
Engineers.
Mostly because you're not too familiar with Borg
Yeah.
implants.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I probably don't have a focus and I'll apply. And we have no momentum. Oh, great. Give me a threat then. To roll 3. And hope I don't bust this. Eh,
It takes you a few moments, but you are able to get it back into alignment. Thank you, Commander.
you're welcome.
That seems to have fixed the alignment. Perhaps a few hours in a regeneration module should suffice.
Oh, good. Do what you need to do then.
Thank you, Commander.
Oh, you're most welcome.
You have my schedule.
Indeed, I do.
Let me know if another day perhaps works better for you.
Oh, certainly. I will be in touch.
And she nods and heads back to where her quarters are.
Mm-hmm. I will go take a walk around the ship and, review the data pad while I'm walking.
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of since we spent an hour role playing, hour 20 minutes role playing. Everybody that's on the planet surface, that failed the building their tent roll, which is everybody except for Nidan. Give me a fitness medicine difficulty of 2.
Survival for a focus.
Yeah.
Take a threat.
You know, take another threat. See if I can get momentum. All right, whoever's left has momentum.
All right. You guys get 2 momentum out of that. DeGrasse, you succeed. Casey, you succeed. I need the
I need a
doctor,
momentum.
the captain.
I don't think any of my focuses apply, so.
You get the momentum back, Doc.
You know, I'm rolling a 10 and 50. You said survival, right?
Yeah, that'll work.
Take a threat.
You needed all of it, Captain. But you succeed. And I'll wave Nosen for now.
Was there any? I forgot. Was there a momentum gain from Mendrock's roll?
No, it was a diff 3.
Oh, okay, just want to make sure.
All right, so excuse me. All of you that failed do get bit by a few mosquitoes over the night. But with the doctor's treatment, you're able to basically not get sick or get malaria or have any type of reaction to the mosquito bites the next morning. So in an effort to speed up, because there is still others we want to do, otherwise I feel that we will we could very much role play all night, but there is things I need to get to. So what I'm going to do is unless there's anything specific anyone wants to do in the morning or afternoon, I think I'm just going to speed up until the first mining ship gets here. Is everyone okay with that?
Yep, I'm fine.
Because I don't think Mendrak really had much to do on the ship. Other than a few roleplay scenes, potentially around campsites and over a few meals and tearing down the campsites. That's pretty much all you guys would be doing. So the only thing we'd really be missing is any dialogue. So yeah. So what I could do though, or what I will do, is I will have all the senior staff after they pick up their tent. So that we're talking probably around 1 in the afternoon. All the senior staff make it back to either the ship or back to the colony, wherever people want to be. You know, probably about early afternoon, whatever.
Captain's staying with at her campsite, so until the mining ship arrives.
Okay.
Keep beamed up.
All right. So you're gonna enjoy out there. The rest of you, I'll just say that you guys probably wanted to make the hike back because you enjoyed nature so much. Is that fair and accurate?
Sounds good to me. Yep.
Okay. So what we'll do, bridge to Captain Prax. We'll speed up to about 4:30 in the afternoon is we'll bring everything back to when the ship arrives. The first ship. So bridge to Captain Prax.
After a very long pause, she goes to her communicator and hits the button. Prax here.
Captain, the first Trill mining ship has just entered the system.
Understood. Notify Commander DeGrasse. Have him take charge of the situation. I will notify you when I'm ready to beam up.
Aye, Captain. And so she'll leave the captain to enjoy her shore leave. Bridge to Commander DeGrasse.
DeGrasse here.
Commander, the first Trill mining vessel has just entered the system. The captain has said that you will be taking point in this. So I thought I'd update you that the ship has arrived.
Huh, okay. Well, thank you for the updates. Let them know that the colony has been prepared and everything should be good to go for their arrival.
Understood, Commander. And the commo close. Leaving you and a few of your crew and this group of the senior staff in the colony.
Well, everyone, it looks like our shore leave is officially over. All right, well, team, let's do some last-minute checks on the buildings here. Let's make sure that the power grids are operational and operating where they should. Casey, if you could do another scan of the security perimeter, just to cross all our T's and dot all our I's.
Aye, sir.
All right. Casey, go ahead and give me insight or reason with security, difficulty 1. Nathan, you can go ahead and give me the same roll, but insight or reason with engineering to check the engineering system. Doctor, you could do the same roll, but with your medicine to double check the functionality of the sick bay.
Take 1 threat. Oops. Sorry, I messed that up. Count the first 3 of those 5 dice.
Okay, so you get a momentum out of that, or 2 momentum out of that, Casey.
Awesome.
Nadan, you get a momentum. Doctor, you get a momentum. And all the systems are functioning just the way they were supposed to. And probably by the time you are all done with that, hear noise coming from the sky, and as you come out of whatever building you're in, you see the first Trill mining ship heading down to the planet's surface to land in one of the landing platforms that you have built near the colony. And as the engine sounds get closer and become louder, you see lots of birds suddenly fly out of the canopies of the forest, trying to get away from the loud noise. As the ship finally, after about a 20-minute ride from orbit to the planet's surface, finally lands on the pad.
All right, team. Well, let's go introduce ourselves. And he starts making his way towards the ship.
Right, you head over to the ship. And these 4 individuals are the first to get off of the transport down one of the ramps. And she'll notice you from the briefing she got. Commander DeGrasse, I presume. This one speaks.
You presume correctly. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
My name is Vidra Trill. I am the mining foreman assigned here. This is Emily Tannen, Melko Les, and Joran Karev. So first name, second name, third name, respectively. I see you have this colony mostly operational. That is amazing work, Commander. Your crew should be commended.
Well, my crew are very good at what they do. We have to say we felt that this was potentially a record, so I think we did some particularly good work in preparation for your arrival. GM, by the way, could you paste those names into the chat?
Yes, I'll have to type them out.
Oh, sorry.
That's the foreman. That one is the other woman. That's the male in the bottom right. And Joran is the upper right.
Well, Foreman, what should I call you? Foreman Trial?
Nothing so formal, Commander. Vidra will suffice.
Well, Vidra, feel free to call me Haber. Well, anything that we can do. As you mentioned, we have prepared for your arrival. At this point, I think the show is yours. We can show you around. We can introduce you to the construction here. My crew, and he motions to his team, can fill you in on the local flora, fauna, any potential security hazards, any local geology of interest. Just ask. We're more than happy to help.
Emily and Malcolm are resident ecologists tasked with trying to preserve much of the planet's surface as possible despite our mining efforts. They might be more amicable to the briefing of the local plant and animal life. Jordan and I, however, are here to set up the initial mining equipment before the bulk of our miners get here. We hope to have our mining equipment set up before they arrive. This will put us ahead of schedule for the first shipment due out in a month's time.
Okay, well, any motions to the doctor? Doctor, if you'd be so kind as to introduce Emily and Malco to your findings about the local flora and fauna. I'd greatly appreciate it.
Of course, Commander. And literally, basically hand over a pad with the information gathered and go, basically the only thing there is to worry about right now is the mosquitoes. Some of them carry a form of malaria, which we have already gotten a treatment for, and he'll hand over a couple hyposprays to each of them. You'll need these.
And she'll go, "Thank you, Doctor. We have been keeping up to date with the reports coming out of the colony. I'd like to thank you for your hard work in producing this so quickly. This would have really slowed down our efforts here."
Not a problem with so many Trill on their way, and some of our crew members being Trill. It was an effective use of our time.
Well, now that we have this, we'll make sure that the rest of our crew get inoculated before stepping foot outside of the ship. But we are eager to get working on our ecological studies.
Of course.
So if you'll excuse us. And they start heading toward the colony. Leaving the foreman and Joran. As now you start seeing a few more Trill starting to unload some equipment and bring some supplies and personal belongings off of the ship. Well, Commander, if you don't mind doing some heavy lifting, we do have a lot of equipment to get unloaded.
Well, it would be nice to get a workout in. Please, lead the way.
And you follow around to the ship, and a lot of it has it's basically just a cargo ship. Very small crew amenities. Like basically like bunk beds, very small rooms. There's probably 3 or 4 to a room. A very small bridge. And then most of the ship is the cargo bay that has some of the larger mining equipment and some of the the computer systems needed to operate the mining equipment, and just more personal items and some supplies, food, medicine, that type of thing. So who's all helping unload the ship?
So the ship landed. Sorry, I missed that.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they landed in one of the pads.
Yeah. Casey will help.
For ease of unload, basically. Hey, DeGrasse, Casey's unloading. What is the doctor and Nadan doing?
The doctor is not much of a manual labor guy. He is going to be in the medical tent directing people to where to put stuff.
Okay. And Nadan?
Nadan will be introducing their whoever's going to be managing the engineering systems to the systems on the colony.
Okay.
GM, are Emily and Malco, are they leaving the colony?
They're probably just looking at some of the computer data, and then they're probably going to do that later, before nightfall, do some quick scans
Okay.
of nearby where they plan on setting up some of the equipment. So after you get some of the personal effects and supplies, they're going to be hauling the larger equipment over to where they plan to start actually mining.
Okay.
So they're going to be doing all that stuff over there while you guys are setting up. So they're not going to be far from people, if that's what you're asking.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just want to make sure that they were, not wandering off into the jungle. So.
Yeah, no, not yet. So let's see, what do I want to roll? So for the 2 manual laborers, let's go ahead and do a fitness security or fitness con, whichever is your better score. And then doctor, you can give, so the difficulty for that is 2. The doctor, you could give me a presence medicine difficulty 2. And Nadon, a presence engineering difficulty 2.
Take it.
And Mendrock, if you probably got the word that the ship has landed too, so you could be either on the ship or down here. It is all up to you.
If they need me, I'll definitely come down.
I will spend a momentum.
I will also spend a momentum.
So Doctor gets 1 back.
Take a threat.
I think you guys are at 2 momentum. All right, so you all go about your task. And you guys probably work until the evening time. You get probably about half of the ship unloaded. You start getting some of the mining equipment ready to go throughout the day. And like I said, you probably work till about evening time where everyone kind of heads back to the center of town, for the evening meal. And at this point, I'll open up to free role play between you and the Trill or you and the others. Captain is probably also around this time that you make the trek back to the colony just in time for the dinner bell. Or wherever you were going.
It probably would have been a site to site, but
Okay, cool. So when everybody's about to sit down for the meal, probably rations at this point, the transporter will go off. And the captain and Nozen appear in the dining hall as well. Dining hall, cafeteria, common room, whatever. Where it is your crew and then probably about the 20 or so Trill, a couple other races. Like I think there's a Saurian. There's probably a Tellarite in there. Maybe a Vulcan. So there is more diversity than just Trill, but majority Trill, and then a few other races. A human or 2.
she gives a slight nod to DeGrasse and walks over to Vidra. Is that right?
Yes. Vidra is the foreman. Wearing the blue.
Vidra, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person.
Pleasure's all mine, Captain. I do have to, again, thank you and your crew for getting this colony set up so quickly. We're expecting to have to come down here and assist you in completing it, but you just made our jobs a hell of a lot easier.
No problem. We burn these, the humans say, midnight oil to get it done.
Clearly. You must tell me how you did it, because I've never seen anything this fast. Might give me some pointers to making the mining operation a little more efficient.
It helps to have some modular systems already in place, ready to be installed.
Yes, I heard Starfleet Command was experimenting with more module designs.
So, tell me, the rest of your vessels. You said there were some of the crew members were having some difficulties. You might, do they need medical attention when they arrive, or were they delayed to another starbase for treatment?
The reason why we did not come all together as one giant convoy is because the other ship had to divert back to Starbase 27 for medical treatment for them because we were not equipped to deal with whatever it was they were going through. I'm still not sure on all the specifics.
Oh, I see. Well, it's unfortunate. I hope they do better, or will get well soon, so to speak.
Yes, unfortunately, it will leave me a couple of men down, so to speak. It's unfortunate, so we'll already be starting short-handed.
I'm sure I could spare a few crew members to help get your equipment set up for you to help speed up the time frame for you a little bit, or at least make up for lost time.
We weren't expecting to have our mining equipment set up for another week and a half still. So us being able to get this, from our estimates, fully up and operational by the time the rest of the operation gets here, will already be a week ahead of schedule. So it shouldn't deter us too much. And I'm sure replacements can always be found.
That's good news. Is there anything you require from us? She kind of motions over for the commander to come over.
And DeGrasse walks over.
No, Captain. Your commander has been more than gracious in offering the help of your crew. We were able to get at least half of our ship unloaded and many of the mining equipment already in place.
That's excellent news. Commander Cross, did you inform the foreman here of the deposits that are easily be more mineable in the cave system we found nearby?
I don't think we've had the chance to yet, no. And I think Nadan has that information, so DeGrasse will turn and to say, Lieutenant Nadan.
Yes, Commander, I can provide a briefing to them at their convenience.
We'll assign Melko to take your report.
Sounds good.
Hopefully, the cave system will give you a little bit of a jump start.
Yes, and if the deposits are as rich as your reports are suggesting, Captain, this will be a most lucrative planet.
I'm well aware of that prospect. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to call us. We'll be remaining in orbit for quite some time.
I'm sure my team will have a list for you by the end of tomorrow, Captain, should we need anything else.
Of course. Jam, remind me, did we install replicators?
Yeah. Yeah, that was part of the power supply. You're installing replicators, like replicators and such. Not heavy industrial ones, but like food replicators, and getting those programmed to just give food.
Well, if you will excuse me, I would like to take a walk around the colony for a bit. Make sure everything's in order.
Very good. Thank you again, Captain. And by this time, some of the Trill crew and more specifically, some of the non-Trill crew members, have probably busted out a few bottles of liquor. They're starting to play, some card games, some drinking games. Starting to be a little rowdy. Probably once Captain and Nozen go off for their walk. Would anyone else like to talk to any of the other Trill? Okay. So, Nadan, Melko walks over to you and will go, excuse me, Lieutenant Nadan?
Yes.
I was told that you had some geological reports.
Yes, I do. Do you have a datapad I can transfer them over to?
Yeah. And he grabs he starts filling around with I got it. Yes, here. And he nervously hands it to you.
Okay, I'll accept it and transfer the geology reports over, and I'll basically walk them through what we found.
Go ahead and roleplay it.
Yeah. So here you go. So yeah, if you look through that, it has the itemized list of the deposits we found. This whole area is actually an impact crater. There's some cave formations over that way, a ways that have pretty rich deposit. Although I will flag there are cat-like and wolf-like predators in the area. Yeah, aside from that, this whole area is relatively rich in pretty much any or in the three main deposits that you were looking for. The other thing I will note is it's of course quite a pristine wilderness, so it would be probably good from a biological research point of view to try to retain at least some of the original ecosystem here.
And he flips you the data pad, looking in the information. Yes, there is far more here than we originally thought. And you can see that he's visibly shaking at this point.
Are you okay?
Yeah, yes. I'm. It's nothing. But yes, preservation of the ecosystem is one of my goals here. That is why I work with this mining outfit. Emery and I, it's our responsibility to try to preserve as much of the ecosystem as possible.
Couldn't agree with you more. progress doesn't have to be at the expense of natural wonders. I mean, look at this area.
Yes,
Beautiful.
that's why I said why I think this mining operation got the contract to begin with. Foreman Vidra does take steps to ensure preservation of ecosystems where possible.
That's good to hear. Yeah, the other thing I will note is the most of the crust is various forms of dilithium, duranium, and tritanium deposits. So you'll be here for quite a while, I imagine.
I'm sure the mining operation will be, however, my job I'm sure will be relatively short once the ecological survey is complete. And you can see that he's still giving like a nervous shake.
So can you? So you're here to survey the ecology?
Yes, to give recommendations on ways to preserve the environment.
How long do you have to survey the area?
There's not really a time limit. It's whenever we feel our work is done.
Neat. I must admit a bit of jealousy that you get to spend as much time as you might want just following your curiosity about a new area. Time isn't a luxury we get much in Starfleet. I enjoy my work, but at times a more relaxed pace would be a nice break for a change. That said, we got done a little early here, so it turned out to be good.
How long is your ship to remain in orbit?
I honestly don't know. That's decided above my pay grade. All I was told was for the time being we'll be there.
Well, if you have no other duties, perhaps you could assist in our study.
I would certainly be very much interested in that. I will ask my captain for permission. I'd appreciate the opportunity to assist with that, and I imagine your team could use someone on the team who's been in the area a bit. Not necessarily a local guide, but, you know, a guide who's been here at least a few days longer.
I would imagine you know the area better than any of us.
Oh, we've done some exploration, so.
Well, if you are able, Emery and I plan to start at 0600 tomorrow morning. If you are able, of course.
Where will you be departing from so that I know where to be in the morning if I get permission from my CO?
We plan to check in at the clinic.
All right. Thank you for letting me know.
No, thank you, Lieutenant.
Oh, have a good. What time of day is it right now?
It's probably 10 p.m. in the evening,
Oh,
or
have a good night
2200,
then.
or 2200, if you will. Good night, Lieutenant. And as soon as he walks away, you kind of see him give like a big sigh of relief, and he starts walking out, probably
Weird.
back to the barracks.
Wonder why he's so nervous. I'm not that scary, am I? I'll I'll send a transmission to the XO.
He's here.
Oh, he is? Great. I'll
I
go
think.
see him.
I would
He's-
imagine he is.
He's just below. He was just below my my screen, so I couldn't see him there.
Oh.
All right, I'll walk over to him then. Sorry about that.
Lieutenant Nadan, have you been speaking with some of our guests?
Yes, I was just giving them the briefing on the local geology. They invited me to assist with their initial expedition and surveys. I'd be inclined to take them up on the request, but obviously it's a decision that should be made higher up than me, I believe.
It's a fair point. Well, if you're so inclined, I would be inclined as well. I'd want to check with the captain, though, as you are bridge crew, of course.
Of course.
All right. So they seem receptive to the information that you're providing them. Did they have any questions, any concerns?
They didn't. Malco, the person they assigned to receive the briefing from me, seemed unusually nervous. I'm not sure what's going on. I wonder if he's just intimidated by Starfleet or.
Well, possibly. Well, and maybe he's just nervous about starting a new venture on a planet like this. That is curious, though. Let me see if I can fish around. Maybe speak to Vidra. See if he might just be a nervous person or if there's something else going on.
All right, Commander.
And DeGrasse will walk up to Vidra.
Okay.
Vidra, how do you find yourself now? Are you enjoying the night?
It seems my crew is in good spirits, Captain or Commander.
That's good to hear. Well, actually, on that point, there was a bit of concern about your Malco. He might be a little nervous about this venture. Do you know if he's a nervous person naturally?
Nervous person? In what way? What was he nervous about?
Well, to my understanding, he was simply little rattled. So I wanted to be sure to ask you. Um, Starting off a new venture on a new planet could set off some nerves, of course, and if people were particularly inclined to it, make them quite nervous. So,
On the way here, he wouldn't shut up about how excited he was about coming to this planet. All the new discoveries he'd make, how he can help preserve the beauty of it.
that's interesting.
If you mind me asking, who is he talking with?
Oh, just one of my crewmen. Actually, on that point, our crew had the opportunity to stay a few days on this planet and enjoy its natural beauty. I'm taken to understand that that's an important point for you as well, right? You intend to preserve this planet and its beauty as much as possible.
As much as we can, Commander. This is a mining operation, of course, so some ecology will be lost. But with our mining techniques, and why I suppose we were selected for this, is we have an excellent track record of preserving the ecologies on planets we mine.
Hmm.
We have developed new techniques in mining that limit the destruction of the planet and more or less confine it to certain areas. So it is fortunate that you found us this cavern that Emery here tells me about. That helps us not have to dig down on the surface. We're already underground. So it is just a simple case of replacing the rock with undesired material, so to speak. We mine out the good ore we need and we'll ship in less desirable ore from other places, or waste product in some sense.
That's interesting. So you're essentially filling in the holes after you extract the ore?
That is a very good way of looking at it, Commander. Yes, that is almost exactly what we do.
Huh. And you said this was waste product.
Some of it, when we mine the duranium, not all of it is usable. So that which we can't use, we'll just put back where it was. But sometimes there'll be rocks from other planets or rocks from asteroids that we have mined, things that we can't use, we use to fill in what we took out.
That's interesting. And this doesn't cause any adverse impact on the environment at all.
We hope that it has the desired effect. However, there are just some areas where it's simpler to strip mine in some aspects, but those we try to limit to certain areas with the less potential for ecological devastation.
Can I do the Star Trek Adventures equivalent of an insight check on her?
Insight command. Diff 2.
Diff 2. Yeah. I mean, okay. I'll use a momentum.
As far as you can tell, Commander, not being a miner, the plan seems plausible, and you don't get any sense that she's lying about it.
Well, that's certainly interesting, Vidra. Well, I continue to be just awed by some of the modern technologies that we have, that we can extract minerals from a planet and not impact its ecology. It's a very delicate operation, so I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
Well, now
My
if there's-
family's been mining for generations, and just seeing the devastation that we've caused on some planets that I remember, I thought this case I'd like to try something different, and I'm hoping these techniques work. They have only been tried one other time before with pretty good success. There were still issues that need to be worked out, of course. Sometimes trying to fill in the holes might cause some seismic instabilities, but I'm hoping that we can get that worked out.
and the commission was made aware of this when you bid on this contract.
Of course, I've laid out the entire plans when I bid on this job.
Okay. Well, please, of course, be sure to let us know if you need anything. And feel free to keep me in the loop if there are any issues setting up the equipment or conducting the mining operation. You'll excuse me.
Good night, Commander.
And Captain's in orbit, correct?
Captain went on a walk.
Commander taps his comm badge. Commander DeGrasse to Captain Frax.
She steps aside. Go ahead, Commander.
Captain, we had a request from Lieutenant Nadan. It seems that a few members of the mining operation here have requested, well, I guess I should say offered, for her to come along and observe early tomorrow morning. And I'm inclined to let her go, but of course I wanted to check with you since she is part of the bridge crew.
Permission granted. That extends to any other members of the crew who wish to assist the miners in their operation, at least getting up and running. There are no orders from Starfleet Command, so we are to remain in orbit and assist them any way we possibly can.
Okay, understood, Captain. Thank you. DeGrasse out. And he'll walk over to Lieutenant Nadan. Nadan, you are cleared for tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Commander.
And Doctor, Casey, that goes for you both as well. Let's be sure to assist the mining operation in, well, any way that makes sense.
Hi, Commander. Well, since I have an expedition to be ready for that leaves at 0600 tomorrow, I'm gonna turn in.
Understood.
And Nadan will go back to her quarters and pack as quickly as possible for the expedition, and then go to sleep after setting an alarm.
All right. So really quickly, what is everyone else doing on the planet while Nadan was talking, while the Captain DeGrasse was talking? We're looking at the Doc, Casey, Mendrock.
If they have an engineer with them, I'll be yakking with him for him or her for a while.
Yeah, there's a few engineers that are part of the rowdy crowd. Drinking, having a good time, being merry.
Okay, well, I just want to mingle for a little while, and then I'll see if they needed anything before I just go back to the ship in my quarters.
Yeah, they let you know that they're going to be connecting the power supplies to the mining equipment, moving the mining equipment to where it needs to be, and hooking up the power supplies to it tomorrow. Is what the goal is tomorrow.
Okay, well, if they would like my help or my
So
team.
they suggested a bringing of grav lift.
Have lift to help them move stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I will see about getting a requisition for one.
You know, I think they called it bring your own grav lift. Doc Casey, just hanging out.
So this is after
Yep,
like
yeah.
everything's been unloaded.
This is like at night. You probably unload half of the ship, and then you're just kind of hanging out with the mining crew in their communal tent.
I guess you'll like, I don't know, chit chat, unsuccessfully flirt with someone, the usual.
Yeah, hang out with the rowdy people.
Yeah.
Doc DeGrasse.
Doc's just kind of hanging out as well.
All right, cool. Yes.
The commander's not here, so
Oh. Oh, okay.
someone needs to talk to her.
Meh. Too late. I was gonna set up a scene for DeGrasse, but he's away. Maybe I'll wait for him.
So yeah, the captain's just enjoying her walk leisurely, around the colony.
Yeah, we could roleplay that until he gets back. So you just get off the comms with the commander. Probably physically annoyed that people keep interfering with your evening. And Nosman will turn to you. Does your work never end? Kind of saying sarcastically.
Unfortunately.
I do have to say this colony does have a certain charm to it. It's almost like it sprung out directly out of the forest, as if it and the forest were one.
I'm sure some of those trees will eventually disappear.
Be a shame if they did tear them down.
Well, we will see what the fruits of their labor will bring. Hopefully they can preserve some of this.
And so you and Nazin continue on your walk until you decide to call it an evening. DeGrasse, you're sitting in the lounge area. DeGrasse, you're back, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're sitting in the lounge area. You're hanging out with certain people. You're hanging out with Casey, talking with the doc, hanging out with Mendrock, and eventually, slowly but slowly, they all start to taper off and leave for the evening. And there's maybe just 4 or 5 people left here. A few of them definitely overserved. A few of them are sleeping on tables, probably a little drunk. But you notice that Emery is sitting off in one of the corners reading an actual book.
Curiously, he'll make his way over.
And you make your way over and you stand there for a few seconds, and she just looks so engaged in the book that she doesn't notice you.
Excuse me, Emily, is it?
And she's kind of awakened out of her little trance of reading, I would say. Probably the best way to describe it. Oh, sorry, Commander. How can I help you?
Well, Didn't mean to startle you at all. Just noticed that you were engrossed in this reading material.
Oh, this it's an old Earth tale I've been told is good.
Really, I'm familiar with a few Earth novels. Which one is it?
It's something called The Tale of Two Cities.
Ah, Dickens. That's he kind of lights up. That's it's a good book. Can be a bit of a, a little bit long in parts, but I think overall it's certainly something you can spend a few hours on.
Yes, seeing as though you are familiar with it, I would take it you've read it.
I have actually a couple times. Not only do I enjoy Dickens, I also enjoy a few of the other authors of that era. How did you come across this work?
I tend to have a habit of reading any book I can get my hands on in my free time. A few of the human mining crew recommended a few works from their databases for me. This particular one I'm borrowing.
So how do you like it so far?
It's interesting. It's a little hard to follow. Some of the English I don't exactly understand.
Well, it can be, but well, like I said, I've read it a couple times, and you get more on subsequent readings. So, what other literature do you enjoy?
Uh, I have lately been reading some works from someone called Edgar Allan Poe.
Ah, another good author. What is that? How does that poem go? Doth quoth the raven, nevermore. It's been a while since I've read Poe.
Yes. Although my favorite so far would have to be by someone named, oh, what the hell is his name? H.P. Lovecraft?
Lovecraft.
Something called The Call of Cthulhu?
Ah, yes. I am fairly familiar with Lovecraft as well. He was very imaginative.
I think that's putting it mildly, Commander.
Well, I do have to say, reading Lovecraft right before venturing off in a starship to deep space can be a bit disconcerting.
Or going out in a jungle expedition.
That too. Hopefully, we won't encounter a Nyarlathotep or anything else out there. Well, I do have to say that you don't always meet people out here that are so into, well, Earth literature.
Like I said, Commander, I just enjoy reading.
Mm. Do you mind if I sit?
Please.
So, are you from Trill?
Yes, I was born there.
Mm. So, what brought you into mining?
guess if I'm to be honest with you, it was to get away from Trill. And I figured this planet was as far away as I can get.
Well, this is certainly out there. Were you running from something? If you don't mind me asking, of course.
I don't know if running's a good word for it. I was recently turned down by the Symbiosis Commission.
I see.
And I thought for sure I would be accepted.
Well, it's can be extremely selective. I mean, trust me, there's absolutely no shame or dishonor, and even being considered not selected. It's to be honest, the difference in many cases between those that are selected and those that are chosen can come down to luck. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah, but I don't know if you'd call it bad luck when I was selected for a symbiote. But the day the operation was supposed to happen, I was suddenly refused.
GM, would DeGrasse know off the top of his head any reasons why that were to happen?
Unless you were part of the Symbiosis Commission, probably not.
And he wasn't. Okay. I love how our literature discussion set off like a revolt on Discord. I love it.
Really?
Yeah. So he'll just ask the question. He'll just say, I'm taking to understand that once chosen, a host would have to then refuse. I'm not familiar with the situation in which that would be revoked.
I don't understand it myself. I was getting ready for the procedure. I was led into the room. And as soon as the old host for the symbiote I was supposed to get looked at me, suddenly the whole thing was called off.
Well, that's unfortunate. You have my sympathies.
So what brought you to Starfleet, if you don't mind me asking?
Something similar. As you said, I
Oh.
just had to get away.
Running from something?
To something.
I've never heard of anyone running to something.
Well, when you're not coming from much, you take the opportunity that you have. Frags. I was born and raised on a bit of an isolated world. There wasn't much there. I'd always dreamed about getting off the planet and seeing a little bit more of the galaxy. And maybe some of, well, the people that I was raised around were They didn't seem too ambitious or too curious, but I didn't really want that for myself, so I figured what better way to see as much of the galaxy as possible, maybe some parts that no one else has seen. So I joined Starfleet.
And here you are, thousands of light years away, on this planet tonight.
Discussing some amazing literature with a fellow Trill.
On a planet so far away from Trill. I bet Dickens didn't see that one coming.
Dickens saw a lot, but I'm sure you're right. So, care for a drink or another drink? I'm not sure if you've been drinking yet tonight.
Unfortunately, I probably shouldn't. I do have a adventure to go on tomorrow, you might say. What I call adventure is actually an ecological survey.
Well, take it from me. Sometimes the most mundane of tasks can take an unexpected turn. This planet does seem pretty safe, but be safe out there.
Thank you, Commander.
And if you'll excuse me, I myself am going to go get another drink and try to wind down for the evening. Hope to talk to you soon.
Me as well. This was a pleasure. What did you say your name was?
Haber.
Well,
Haber DeGrasse.
good night, Haber.
Good night, Emily. And he walks off to go grab a drink.
And she walks out smiling. Okay. Like I said, we could probably end up role playing all night. We'll go to the next scene. We'll go to the next morning. So anyone who wants to go on the survey, should meet up in the clinic. So far, I only know of Nadan.
DeGrasse will show up. Why not?
Sure.
Casey can be on it, unless he's needed elsewhere. But I can't really offer much scientific assistance.
I mean, it's up to you, Casey. Do you want to lug heavy equipment around all day, or do you want to go for a walk?
He'll ask one of his underlings to take over.
While you go for the walk?
Yes.
Okay. So the three of you show up together, basically are in the transporter room and get beamed down. Well, what we'll do... come on, cooperate, roll 20. We'll have the three of you entering the transporter room at the same time. So if there's any role play you guys want to do before you head down, I'll give you the opportunity.
Morning, Commanders. Sorry. It's early.
I completely understand. DeGrasse will be drinking a coffee as he's in the transporter room. Well, Casey, you look like you got some restful sleep.
Yes, sir. I had all of my gear ready, so I pretty much good to go as soon as I went to bed.
Okay, well, unless either of you have any objections, I guess we can get the show on the road. And he sets his coffee cup down on a console. Sokolov, would you mind taking care of that?
Sure thing, Commander.
Thank you. Okay,
Are you ready to go?
let's do it.
All right, you are beamed just outside of the clinic. And Melko steps outside after hearing the transporter. Ah, Lieutenant, you made it.
Yes, you have the commander here to thank for that.
Thank you, Commander, for allowing Lieutenant Nadan to accompany us on this very important mission.
Well, don't mention it. The captain made us available for anything that you might need.
I see you have all your equipment.
Indeed, we do.
And Emery will step out. Oh, hey, Bar. I wasn't expecting you to see you this morning.
Well, I just kind of figured. Be another chance to walk around the jungle and get some exercise and see this beautiful planet.
Well, I'm glad you came. Who are your friends?
Oh, well, this is Lieutenant Nadan and Casey. Are you a commander or lieutenant commander?
Lieutenant Commander.
Okay. And Lieutenant Commander Casey.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Emery. Emily. And Malco will speak up. So, Lieutenant, I'm sure you know the best spots to start the survey at.
Yes, so we could start basically leaving from the camp and maybe head toward the caves and then do a loop around. If that works for you.
I think that is an excellent idea, Commander. Or, sorry, Lieutenant. I'm getting my ranks mixed up. That was the GM, not the player getting the ranks mixed up.
All right. Well, we want to leave camp this way then.
Is everyone ready to go? He'll say.
I am.
Yes, I think we're ready. And DeGrasse will walk up to Nadan and kind of nudge her and whisper, he doesn't seem that nervous to me now. Was he more nervous last night?
Yes, he was visibly shaking, Commander.
Casey, let's keep an eye on this Malco.
Yes, sir.
And the entire team starts heading off toward the woods. And everyone's, the two Trill that are with you have their tricorders out, are scanning. I'm sure Nadan is helping. Casey, hand never too far from the phaser. DeGrasse just taking in the sights. Casey, give me. So you guys are walking around. You're all scanning. You're trying to make your way to the cavern entrance. Casey, give me insight security. Difficulty 2, observation focus.
Awesome. You just know what I'm going to ask. Take a threat.
You gain 2 momentum out of it. In the distance, Casey, kind of walking with you, you kind of suspect. You can make out one of the leopards that have been popping in and out of your scans all night. It does seem to be, like following your party.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Casey.
Just to advise you that we are being stalked by some sort of predator here. I believe one of the leopard-like creatures. Of course, it hasn't made any move towards us, and since we're together and in great numbers, I'm not sure that it will make a move if it behaves like predators on other worlds, but I can't be entirely sure.
Well, let's keep an eye on it.
Indeed, sir. I'll keep my tricorder handy.
And overhearing your conversation, Welko say, "A leopard, you say?"
Of sorts, yes.
Very interesting. I've never seen one of those.
I'm not sure you'd want to see one in the wild. They're certainly quite dangerous, although beautiful.
Well,
And
we are here
majestic.
to study the plant and animal life on this planet.
Well, you may study it from as much as you like. From a distance, of course. I don't advise that any member of the party approach any of the wildlife.
Have you been able to get any tricorder data of these leopards, Lieutenant?
Have I?
He's referring to Nadan.
Oh, sorry.
He'd call
I
you
forgot what
Commander.
rank I was.
Yeah, he'd call you Commander.
I was a lieutenant for a very long time.
Nadan, you still there?
Yes. Sorry. What?
He was directing that question to you.
I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
Oh, he asked you. Melko asked you if you've ever gotten the leopard on tricorder.
Oh, no, not yet.
That's unfortunate. Perhaps I'll be able to pick it up later. For now, we should continue on, yes?
Yeah, we should.
And he'll continue walking down the path. And Emery will kind of stay behind a little bit.
Emily, or is everything okay?
I can't quite put my finger on it, but he seems different.
Difference? In what way?
He's not very confident around women.
Huh.
And yet he seems to be talking to the lieutenant as if there's no problem.
Well, she did say that he seemed a bit nervous last night.
That's more like the Melko I know.
Okay, well, we'll be sure to keep an eye on him. It's never a good thing when a member of an expedition is not acting like themselves.
Well, if he does turn into one of those characters from the books we like, I'm glad I have 3 Starfleet officers here.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Well, after you.
All right, so you guys continue on your thing. So I'll really quickly, I'll do what's going on in the camp. Is anyone assisting with the mining stuff? I know Mendrock, you said you were. Doctor, what are you doing during, I guess this would be the 4th day?
More than likely, I'm probably just helping organize stuff and keep things organized as they're unloading the rest of the ship.
Right. Very good. So Mendrock, so you're helping the miners move the equipment where they are planning on mining, which is probably going to be those caverns. Now that they got the reports.
Definitely
Go
help
ahead.
a lift.
Yep. Yeah. So you got the Mav. You brought the Mav lifts, and the miners are actually very surprised you got so many. So go ahead and roll me, and I'll give you an advantage with the Mav lifts for you to use however you see fit, or the grav lifts, I should say. Roll me. This is going to be a control engineering. I'll make this a difficulty 4. Really just to designate you working all day.
Okay.
The task for you is not very difficult. It's just an all-day task, and I don't want to make it an extended task at this point.
So use the advantage to make it to 3 instead of 4. Or
Yep.
difficulty. And
Sounds good.
I'll buy a die with momentum. And I'll re-roll that one with my talent.
Oh, how were you able to reroll it? Sorry.
Because I spent one for the one momentum. I
Oh,
have
okay, perfect. Perfect. Yep. Yeah. So you work most of the day alongside the engineers from the colony, and it probably takes you most of the day to get the bulk of the equipment going. Meanwhile, the rest of the ship is offloaded. So that's pretty much what you were doing.
Yep. All right.
We'll head back up to the bridge. Captain, are you in your ready room, or are you making that call from the bridge?
Ready room. So.
All right. We'll send you into the ready room. Who is at Starbase 27? Some random captain?
I think Lootringer is the one admiral.
Human male?
Yeah, human male. There's a token in the other game for him.
Yeah, it's not in this one, of course. Anyway, on screen is Admiral Ludwig.
Admiral, sorry to disturb you.
Not a problem at all, Captain. How can I help you? I have no idea what his personality is, by the way.
He's kind of an antagonist towards the Kismet crew, so
So he'd be the same here.
I don't know. That could be on his good side.
Maybe.
Credit.
So he'll say, what do you want, Captain?
I was just checking on. There was recently in Took a civilian vessel, part of a Trill mining company. They had to drop off, I believe, one or a couple of their passengers. Were having some complications. I think one slipped into a coma, if I'm not mistaken.
I vaguely remember that, yes. I believe the shuttle departed here 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Was their injured crew member all right, or are they still in?
So he goes to look at his computer. Yes, I am seeing that they transferred 2 crew members off of the ship. The doctors here could not figure out what was wrong with them, and they're being sent back to Trill. I do not have any further update for you, unfortunately, Captain. Other than that they did leave stable.
I see. You wouldn't have to have one of your staff could forward me that information, if that's all right with you, Admiral.
I will talk with the medical staff. I do have to consider medical privacy laws, Captain.
I just want to make sure we are dealing with some of the other mining crews in case something props up. So the medical information will be forwarded to my medical teams here on the ship.
Understood. I will get information on what the doctors think the condition is and send that over to you.
I appreciate it, Admiral. Thank you.
Was there anything else?
No, not at all.
Very good. Admiral Ludwig out.
She kind of like leans back and she's like, coma.
That's probably a good time to head back to the colony. So yeah, Doctor, you're continuing to, you're helping unload. You're getting supplies moved around, while Mendrock is taking his Mav lift back and forth. So, holy shit, it's almost 10 o'clock. I gotta speed up a bit. So the expedition team, you do your you are able to do your survey, and you eventually get back to town probably around $1,700 or 1,700 hours or 5 p.m. for those that don't know military time. And all the while, Melko, you notice this Nadan definitely does not have any of that nervousness that he had last night. And the more Emily sees this, the more she's like, something might be off. And Captain, while they're thinking and pondering that, you can go ahead and make your call down to the doctor.
Captain Prax to Dr. Pearson.
Doctor here.
Doctor, I'm having Starbase 21 forward review some medical information I wish you to go over on the Trill vessel that was suffering some sort of unknown... Trill suffering some unknown condition. I'd like to have you look at that at your own convenience in case some of the other miners fall victim to it.
Understood, Captain. I'll look over it when I get the chance.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not a problem.
And Prox is going to beam down to the colony site towards the afternoon.
Okay, so you would be on the planet. Just so I know where everybody is. Okay, so the survey team gets back. I'm not gonna make you roll for anything because I gotta get to a couple things. So some of the less important roles I'm gonna waive at this point. So you guys get back to the colony. You guys can do any role play you want.
Need a long shower and beer with some rum. Rough working day.
And so the Mendrock, the miners that you are with, after hearing you say that, pat you on the back and says, "We got just the thing for you, Commander." And they pull out this this Irish whiskey. One of the humans pull out. "Got just the thing for you. Come on, have a drink with us."
I'll have one, sure.
And Mendrock will drink with his newfound engineering buddies. All right, so with this group, when you guys get back to town, Mac will say, "My, that was quite the adventure, wasn't it?"
Yes, it was quite nice.
I don't know about you, Emily, but I think we got most of the survey in that sector done, wouldn't you say? And Emily will be like, yes, I do believe so. We could definitely get started at Sector 2 tomorrow. And then he'll say, "Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to start uploading this data into the computers. Perhaps I'll see you all later."
See you later.
Lieutenant. And he walks off. Back to a computer terminal.
So DeGrasse will say, Lieutenant, Emily here was telling me that Malco was normally quite intimidated by talking to women. Maybe that's what you encountered last night?
Could be.
Well, it
But
seems he's, yeah, overcome his social phobia today.
is it normal to overcome something like that quickly?
Well, that would be a question for the ship's psychologist. But I don't think so. And he glances to Emily. Is he always nervous to talk to all women?
Always. He even talked to me differently today.
Lieutenant, I'd like to get a scan of Malco. I know none of us have extensive medical training, but I'm sure that we would be able to notice anything different in his anatomy. Casey, if you could distract him by talking to him, ask him a few questions. Lieutenant, if you could get a quick stealthy scan just to see what's up.
Very well, Commander.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, go ahead and have you guys head over and do that. Go ahead and give me some of your best role play, Casey.
Hey, Malco.
Commander, come in. What can I do for you?
Well, earlier, remember we had that leopard-like creature stalking us?
Oh yes. And he kind of smiles at the mention of that.
Did you get any scans of it?
I think I got a couple. I couldn't get as detailed as I would like. Would you like to see them?
Oh, of course. What can you tell me about it? How does it compare to similar creatures on other planets?
Nadan, while they're talking, go ahead and give me a daring science. Difficulty 3, complication 2.
Okay.
And Casey, he'll go into the finer points of standard leopard anatomy and DNA sequences and all that fun stuff. We'll skip the boring stuff.
Can you combine threat and momentum to get extra dice?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that to get 2 extra dice.
All right, so 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Duh, of course. Total overkill. Oh well.
You don't have a focus, do you?
No.
Because you would have had a lot more successes if you did. So you get 2 momentum back out of that.
Cool.
So just really quickly, what were you scanning for?
Any drugs or diseases that could affect the mind? Specifically, like trying for a brain scan type of thing. Seeing if there's anything mind altering going on with him. Either
Okay.
chemical or biological.
I sent you that data.
Great.
And just as Nadan, you finish your scan, he'll finish with his anatomy of the leopard, and he'll turn the case. I would definitely still like to scan one up close and personal. Do you think you could get me close enough? Casey?
Sorry, what was that?
So he turns back to you. So this is after the Don finishes her scan and he finishes talking about the leopard. He'll turn back to you and says, I would still like to get an up-close scan of it. Do you think you can get me close enough?
Well, I'm not exactly sure how to track them. I suppose I could cover you while you try to get close to one, but I really don't advise it. I'm sure we could set up some sort of scanning equipment here and perhaps get something detailed.
Maybe I'll try to requisition some scanning equipment in the next. Oh crap! I'm brain farting words now. In the next supply run.
Well, if you get any interesting results, I'd love to hear them.
You'll be the first person I tell. And then he'll notice Unidon. Oh, Lieutenant, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Was there something else you needed?
No, but I did happen to overhear you. Have you considered, it was an older technique, but, I'm given to understand a couple centuries ago it was common to put up, primitive scanners on wilderness trails to try to capture scans of animals, in their natural habitat and undisturbed by people. Have you considered something like that to get your scan of the leopard?
If we were to put some scanning equipment like a tricorder in various locations and just set it to scan all night, it might be able to catch some interesting data. If you wouldn't mind, Lieutenant, I'd definitely welcome help with this.
Sure. I'm told that we're to help you out in any way we can, so happy to.
I know, Smile is like, I'm so happy to hear that, Lieutenant. I'll get started on the equipment right away. It should take me a few hours to get everything prepared, and I still have to enter this data, of course. Perhaps tomorrow?
Sounds like a plan.
I'll let you know when everything's ready.
Thank you, Malco.
It's my pleasure. And of course, you are welcome to come too, Casey. Casey?
Sorry, I zoned out. What was the question?
He said you're welcome to come too.
Oh. I may take you up on that offer. Let me know when you're leaving.
Well, tomorrow then.
Works for me.
All right, speed things up a little bit. You guys leave the room. And you head back to the commander.
Yeah, Commander, the scan shows that he seems to be a healthy joined Trill.
Huh. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I guess there's not much to worry about. Casey, let's just still keep an eye on him. Anyone coming down to a new colony, encountering a new environment, it can be stressful. And so we just want to make sure that we're not going to have any psychological issues. But that eases my mind a bit. Well, Emily, what's next on the list?
Well, with Melco inputting the data, there's not much to do until we start again tomorrow.
And I'll ask the question. Lieutenant, you said that he was joined?
According to the scan, yes, Commander.
That's interesting. You don't encounter too many joined Trill. He'll look at Emily. Were you aware that he was joined?
It's never come up.
Okay, well. It's interesting. Maybe something that we can chat with him about later.
All right, so in an effort to speed everything up, because I still got not a lot to go through, but there's probably a good 30 minutes to go. The night happens uneventfully. Whatever you guys wanted to do or hang out with, you guys do that. If there's anything important you want me to do before I head to the next day, let me know. If not, we'll just go into the next morning.
Well, I guess I can't do that. Never mind then.
What's that?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's important, we can do what's important. But if not, I'll continue on. Everyone okay with that? Or do you have anything you want to do before then?
I'm good with it.
I'm good to power through.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Okay. Next morning, Casey, Nadan, you head to the meeting place to go on the next expedition or whatever. And maybe DeGrasse comes too. I think DeGrasse would probably do this, right?
Yeah, sure.
So you get to the meeting place where you normally meet for the expedition, and it's just Emery here. Emily. I keep saying that wrong. Hello, Hayvar. Commander Casey, Lieutenant Nadan.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Where's your colleague?
That seems to be the question of the morning. He was supposed to be here over an hour ago to help me prepare the equipment, but I haven't been able to get a hold of him. And his roommate hasn't seen him all night.
That is strange.
And concerning. Commander, shall I organize search parties?
Yes, please do. He was acting strange, so we can't rule out that maybe he just acted on his own accord, but of course we can't rule out foul play as well. But either way, yes, please do what you need to do.
All right, so again, to speed this up, in order to locate where he is, I'm going to need somebody to give me a reason or control using science or security, difficulty 1.
Observation for focus? Or is this a scan?
This is a scan, so no.
You don't have a scanning focus? No.
No. I have sensor
Right.
operations, but I don't think that would apply.
It does not.
I'll take a threat then. Yeah. Pop this off.
How many successes?
3.
3. You get 2 momentum out of it. In your messages.
Commander, I've found his life's or his signature about 3 kilometers outside of the colony perimeter.
Okay, well, now we have a lead. Let's go and see if we can track him down. Casey, you take the lead on this one.
Aye, sir.
Okay, so I'm gonna need a roll to move through the jungle. This will be daring or control with con or security, difficulty 2. I'll just do one main roll. Everyone else can assist.
All right, survival for a focus.
Sure.
All right. Difficulty 2, you said.
Yes.
I'll activate the star cross and double the focus range.
Sure.
Get some momentum. Any of those?
The reroll is 2, so that's 2 momentum gained.
Nice, dude. Perfect.
And
We
I'll
all
skip
have
that
to
one.
roll, I assume.
Just a what's it? An assist roll.
Great.
All right, so you got 3 float. So I don't know what you guys want to do with the float.
You had emergency medical team standing by just in case
Sure.
for an advantage.
Yep, that works for me. You alerted the clinic and or the expedition sickbay, whichever.
In that case, the doctor is standing by.
Okay, so you finally get to Melko, lying on the jungle floor, and he is lying on his back, and he is just staring into the sky. As you approach him, you notice a blind expression on his face, and is seemingly oblivious to the world around him. And also he does not notice you walk up.
I'll scan him again.
Okay, this will be reason or insight with medicine or science.
What's the difficulty?
Just one.
Can I buy off the complication?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay, so no, I'll probably have to stay because I gotta give you more info. So you notice that he is in a stable condition, and from what you understand of medical scans, he does seem to be in a comatose state.
Seems like he's comatose.
Is he stable?
As far as I can tell, medicine wasn't my strongest subject at the academy, I'll admit.
We're not too far from the colony. I could carry him back.
And check your messages, Nadon. I did that to send you one thing.
That's bizarre. When I scanned him last night, he appeared joined. Now he does not, Commander.
Huh. At that, DeGrasse will inspect his torso for any cuts or any obvious trauma.
You do notice that around the pouch where the symbiote normally goes, there was signs of recent surgery.
Does it look like it's been patched up, like stitched up?
Yes, very poorly though. Definitely not by a professional hand.
Well, this doesn't look good. Casey, let's get him back to the doctor.
Yes, sir. He'll, I guess, fireman carry him back.
Okay. So just you, Casey, go ahead and give me a fitness security diff 3 comp 3.
Can I spend my determination on the value tough it out?
Yes.
Because he's like carrying a guy through the jungle. Cool.
Yep.
And I'll do 1 threat and 1 momentum for a 3rd dice. Or a 4th dice, technically.
Yep. Got 1 complication, but I'm pretty sure you got the reroll. There it is. You gain 2 momentum out of that. And you're able to get Melko back to the clinic and throw him onto one of the bio beds in there. Or one of the beds in there. And Doctor, you and your team see Melko being carried out and thrown onto one of your beds in the clinic.
Alrighty, then in that case, first things first, I'm going to scan him to ascertain that he's stable.
Reason or insight with medicine, difficulty 2.
Emergency medicine focus.
Yes.
Will my field medicine talent come into focus?
I'll accept that here, yes.
Okay. That will lower the difficulty by 1. Well, ignore any increase in difficulty for working without proper tools or equipment.
Okay.
So,
So still 2.
still 2. Okay, so it didn't really fire. Okay.
Not yet, no.
Spend a momentum. Ooh!
There is a complication.
1 second. Spend my determination on the patient is everything.
Works for me.
Reroll the comp.
Yep.
Bingo.
You get 2 momentum out of it. And I sent you the info.
Okay. This is weird. Okay. don't know if this exists, but is there a type of like blood analysis I can do to determine how long ago the symbiote was removed?
Sure. Go ahead and give me reason or insight with medicine difficulty 4.
Oh, hello. Yeah. Let's do 3 momentum and 3 threat. And will xenobiology come into play here?
I'll take it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, and I suppose your field medicine will apply here because you definitely don't have the correct tools to do this. So it will probably apply here. So it'll be a diff 3. So you get 2 momentum.
Okay.
And you have the info.
Okay. So there are 2 things I'd like to do.
Okay.
First, I'd like to try and get the composition of the pharmaceutical. And then I'd like to see if there's a way of repairing the brain damage.
Double checking something in my notes. Stand by. So I'm going to spend some threat here. Right now, the pharmaceutical in this bloodstream is too advanced for you to figure out right now. You're going to have to spend more time trying to figure it out. So you'll have to bring it back to the ship for the labs. So you can't do it right now. As far as
Okay.
trying to fix the brain damage, I could give you a roll.
All right.
So it's ultimately going to be a difficulty 4 daring medicine, taking into account your field medicine. So it's base diff 5, but diff 4. Keep in mind, you do have the advantage of a medical team down here because of the spend earlier.
Yeah. I would like to use the effect of my practice makes perfect talent.
What does that do?
Once per scene after the character has succeeded at a medicine task relating to the treatment of a patient, reduce the difficulty of the next medicine task relating to that patient by 1.
All right, so it'll be diff 3.
And I would like to use that advantage.
Okay. So you're going to make it a diff 2?
I am going to make it a diff 2.
Okay. So I got some lovely threat. I'm going to bring it back to 3 with a complication 3.
Okay.
So diff 3, comp 3.
I'm gonna go all out. 5 momentum, 1 threat. And I'm trying to see.
If there is a complication, you gain 1 momentum.
I'd like to burn one of my normal milestones for a point of determination and spin that on the patient as everything.
Is what milestone are you using?
Uh, that's the thing. I don't keep notes as to what they're for. I know I've got 5 of them right now.
Just this once, I'll let you use it.
Okay. And I'll re-roll both those zeros.
All right, you get 2 momentum. All right, so you're able to try to repair some of the neurological damage. You won't know until a few days how extensive the damage could potentially be, but you think you were able to repair what you could.
Okay, then in that case, with me being done, I will step outside the tent to where the commander is standing.
Doctor, what news do you bring of the patients?
Well, and he holds up a vial of blood. I've got an unknown pharmaceutical in this, which I don't have the equipment here to figure out what it is. It needs to be run through our science labs up on the ship. That would probably be more, and he hands it over towards Nadon, your area. Other than that, he had significant brain damage. I was able to repair what I can, believe everything I can, but it'll take a couple of days to find out the extent of it. He was also, the symbiote was somehow removed sometime within the past few hours.
Within the past few hours, you say?
Yes. And whatever that pharmaceutical that was in his bloodstream is, it kept him alive after the removal of his symbiote.
Well, at least whoever did this was charitable, I guess. Well, thank you, doctor. Do what you need to do to make sure the patient continues making a recovery. If you have to bring him back to the ship, then so be it. DeGrasse looks at Nadon. Nadon, could you see to analyzing that sample?
Yes, Commander. I'll take it up to the lab and analyze it. I would feel more comfortable with the full resources of the lab.
All right. That'll be another episode though, Nadon. Just FYI.
Okay.
As it'll take a while to analyze it.
So DeGrasse will walk up to Casey. Say, Casey, according to the doctor here, the symbiote was removed from Malco within the last few hours. Means that it was somebody on the surface, somebody in the colony. Casey?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, that is highly concerning, sir. I recommend that we deploy a full security detail down here and limit the movements of the personnel here currently.
I don't want to jump to conclusions, but do you think there's a chance that other joined Trill are at risk?
Potentially. Which would include me. All right, Casey. See that it's done. Let's stay on guard.
The lieutenant has a point, sir. I would insist that you accept a member of security department as escort for the time being.
Well, as you can tell from my brusque manner, I was hoping to avoid that, but you called me out, Casey. I'll have to accept that. And is the captain on the planet?
That's what I'm figuring out. I wasn't sure where the captain was.
I wanted to talk to the doctor and the commander at some point, but
Okay. Yeah, you can walk up.
Well, sir, I'll take first watch as your bodyguard, and I'll begin arrangements for the security detail.
And then the captain, getting wind of what's going on, the commotion, walks up.
is there something I need to be advised on, Commander?
In the interest of time, I'll just say that DeGrasse fills the captain in on everything that's happening.
And Casey will insist that the captain also gets a bodyguard.
Very well. Is the doctor outside, or is he gone back in the tent?
I think he's still talking.
He's
to
still
everyone.
outside.
Doctor, have you had a chance to go over the medical reports I forwarded to you from 27?
Yes, Captain, I have. What information did I get from it?
Give me an insight medicine. Make it a diff 2.
Okay. I'm guessing xenobiology or infectious diseases would apply.
Xeno.
One momentum. And there's nothing I'm going to be able to do for that.
All right, well, you get a momentum back, so you could squash it.
Yeah.
Doctor, you are noticing that the comatose state that you witnessed here is similar to what you got from the reports.
Okay. From what I can see, Captain, the similarities between the reports and the that I just had are strikingly similar.
You just get a disgusted look on her face. Thank you, Doctor. Let me know about his. Keep me appraised of his condition.
Emily! Somebody help! You hear coming from the colony.
Run over there.
And you see Emily lying on the ground surrounded by a group of people.
Doctor?
Quickly do a scan.
Diff 2, reason or control with med.
You can have my determination.
Thank you. Patient is everything.
Yep. Oh, is that the roll there? The 0-1?
Yeah, the 0-1.
All right. As I'm dropping my keyboard, again, a moment. Let me send you that info.
Captain, this one I need to really get in quick. The host and the symbiote appear to be on the verge of death.
I was not realized she was joined. Hurry. Mr. Casey, help the doctor get her to the medical tent. Commander, a
Yes, sir.
word.
Well, I'm assuming DeGrasse is there. Captain, last night I had the chance to speak with her, and she strictly told me that she was not joined.
Someone is doing some sort of symbiote swapping, apparently. Let's have a word with the foreman. And she kind of looks at Mr. Casey as they're like, walk away. Mr. Casey, I want guards on the medical tent at all times and around that symbiote.
Yes, sir. Captain, if I may insist, may I accompany you?
If you insist. We'll bring in like Kafreth or Kota down.
Yeah, I'll just put 4 generics, and then if you need to activate anybody, you can.
Yeah.
All right. So, Doctor, you figure out what you're gonna do while they're role playing with the foreman.
Yeah, she's gonna approach Vidaria.
With this commotion, she's probably on her way to the medical tent. Captain, what's going on?
We need to have a private conversation.
Is everything all right, Captain?
No, it's not. She kind of motions to where her office was at, where she set up, her office.
And she hurriedly leads you back to it. We'll throw it up there. Why not? Captain, what's going on?
I just want to know you're not behind it, so I'm gonna be blunt. I'm hoping you're not behind it, so I'm gonna be blunt with you. Why are members of your mining company being implanted with symbiotes?
They're what? And she's looking at you with disbelief.
Malco is currently in sickbay recovering from being joined in what I'm assuming symbiote rejection. And now Ebony, right?
Yep.
Is in the clinic dying from symbiote rejection.
How is this possible?
Somebody is implanting symbiotes inside your people.
Captain, if I may, I spoke with her last night, and she mentioned that she had been selected to be implanted with the symbiote at one point, and then the next day, I guess, had that rescinded. I'm wondering if she might not have done this herself. As crazy as that sounds.
the commission rejecting someone especially going through the program is based on academic and biological reasons.
But to move from being selected to then being rejected, well, you would know more than me about that.
GM, would my character know since one of her former hosts was a doctor in the Symbiosis Commission?
You probably would.
Feel free, but I believe more than likely would be biological, Commander.
Understood, Captain.
It can be quick or take time, depending on the host. I'm sorry, Adria. I'm going to have your crew assemble, and we're going to conduct a search of the entire colony now.
Of course, Captain. This must be stopped.
Indeed.
I'm just as every bit as Trill as you. This is insane. This is criminal, and they must be brought to justice.
I want to do an insight check on that.
Go ahead. Div 2.
Deception for focus.
Sure.
She's being okay. Take a threat. Rerolling comp.
Get 3 momentum. You are sensing no deception from her. You could physically see that she is just as upset about this as you are.
If you don't mind, I'd like to have your men assemble in the mess hall area, and we will be forming a security sweep of the entire colony for instrumentation that would aid in the process of joining somebody. Is there anyone that you know of in your crew that's been acting irregularly, out of character or sun in chains or gain of confidence?
Other than Melko last night, no.
And we'll need to find a suitable host for the other symbiote. We're too far away from Trill.
I'll assemble my team in the mess hall, Captain.
Thank you, and sorry for being so forward and disrespectful to you.
You're just doing your duty to protect the symbiotes, Captain. I would do the same. Now, please find this bastard.
I intend to.
And she starts getting on her comms, and you start hearing announcements to assemble there.
From what the doctor described, I'm assuming that, like, I heard the part with the surgery, like how it went and it was crudely done.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind me asking, Vidra, do you have anyone on your staff that is capable of performing a complex surgery, at least a rudimentary one, that would have such knowledge of doing it on your staff?
She shakes her head. No, everyone here is a minor or assigned to the ecology project. Obviously, the space in our ships are limited. We have to bring only their specialized crews. The only person I could imagine is who is eventually going to end up being our doctor, but they're on the other transport.
That is, did that doctor have an assistant, someone who was with them at all times? Or
She shakes her head.
I have a feeling the other two members that were part of your crew, were they both Trill that were entered the comas? They're on the other transport?
Sorry, say that again.
Were the other two members of your crew that were in the other transport, were they Trill?
Yes.
Alright. More than likely, they were joined willingly or forcibly with the symbiote and was where process was rejected. She's
I don't understand why any of us would put symbiotes at risk like this.
last time I was on Trill, there was a growing movement to have more people join.
The fools.
Yes, it is foolish. We need to get to the mess hall.
All right, so while that conversation's going on and the movements to the mess hall, Doctor, what are you doing? You have a Trill host and symbiote in critical condition.
First, I need to stabilize the symbiote. Because when it comes to Trill, the symbiote is always more important than the host.
So tell me what you plan to do. Let's start there, and I'll figure out the rules from there.
So first, I want to stabilize the symbiote, whether it be needed to remove or there's some sort of medication I could administer to ease the rejection, something to that effect.
Both are options. Basically, it's just you're telling me what you're doing.
Both are options. Okay.
One's obviously harder.
Yeah. I guess first I'm going to try and oh, I don't want to use that. First I'm going to try and halt the rejection.
Okay.
See if I can save both host and symbiote.
All right. That sounds like a plan. I'm going to make this. I'm going to make this a daring or control. The difficulty will be 6 after the adjustments with the field medicine. And a threat spend.
Okay. Gonna be fun. I'm guessing my xenobiology focus comes into play.
Yes.
Uh, oh boy. Yeah,
I
I
did say
might
one
have
was
to
going to be
burn.
harder.
Yeah, I might have to burn the life as finite because I'm trying to save both lives here in order to get a point of determination.
Yeah, I could probably see that.
Okay. Yeah. Does everything.
Hmm.
And then, oh, 3 momentum, 2 threat for the other another. Oh,
Gain a momentum.
yeah. Duh.
Oh, and
Oh.
actually, you gained 2 because I forgot about your medical team, so that could have helped you. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So doctor, you quickly check the database to see treatments for anti-rejection for new host, and you find a treatment plan and you start implementing it. It's obviously not complete. So there were some complications. So it'll take longer for the patient to recover, but it looks like they're both out of the woods.
Okay. Good. So they're both stabilized type deal?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good.
All right. Back to the captain and the angry party going to the mess hall. Because that's where you're heading, right, Captain?
Yeah, and she's going to whisper over to DeGrasse. Scan for any surgical equipment.
All right, just tell me where you're scanning,
Uh,
and I'll tell you if you need to roll.
the captain is going to motion with the foreman though to kind of get everyone's attention, and DeGrasse is just probably going to go through and just sweep for any surgical equipment.
Okay.
So if you want me to roll like the distraction, I will for the advantage.
No, we don't need to waste time on that. I gave DeGrasse the info.
Mm-hmm. So DeGrasse will go. Captain, according to my scans, there's no equipment found on any of the persons here.
Has everyone been assigned their own quarters? She looks at the foreman.
Yes, Captain.
She nods to both of them, like, begin a search for surgical equipment and or possibly samples of what this drug is.
Okay. For the roll, instead of making an extended task, I'm just going to make this a flat roll. I'm going to make it an insight security or reason security. I'm going to throw it at a difficulty 6. Instead of the extended task, I'm just going to do one roll diff 6 with a threat spend. Keep in mind, you do have a security team on planet for an advantage. Oh, and I guess suppose you could activate characters in the security team too for assist. So whoever wants to roll that.
What was the roll, sorry?
It is a reason or insight with security, difficulty 6. And you do technically have a security team on planet that you could use as an advantage, and you can activate crew members out of that security team
Yeah, I'm just.
for assist.
I'll figure out who I'm going to activate here.
Coda has the higher roll.
Yep. I'll activate Coda. Can I use that advantage to lower the difficulty? Security
Yeah.
teams?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'll
So
be a diff 5.
cool. Observation for focus.
Yes.
Sim.
I figured DeGrasse will assist, Coda will assist.
Cool. All right. And I will spend. It would be a 3 threat and 1, or a 3 momentum and 1 threat for 5 dice, right? Or 4 dice.
Are you spending a determination?
No.
So you want to roll 5?
4 dice.
So it'd be 5. So yeah, 2.
Alright. Case. Cool. Here goes nothing. Oh, good lord. Oh, sorry, I had the complication range up, so one of those is not actually a complication. Still, but I get a reroll. Well, that's still 3. 5.
You said
Can I-
one of them was not a complication? Okay.
Yeah,
1,
can I
2, 3.
challenge a value?
Sure.
Challenge the value, stick to the plan, because the plan was just to set up this colony and then have a nice relaxing shore leave, and now he's at a conspiracy investigation.
Bit of a stretch, but I'll take it.
Alright, that value is dead. I would like to re-roll 2 dice then.
Yeah. Well, technically you could do 3. Oh wait, you rolled into 1. Never mind. 2
But
dice.
I did roll, yeah.
Case or
There we
DeGrasse.
are. Squeak did it.
5. Okay, I gotta. So, you and your security team start searching through the colony, and in one of the buildings, more specifically one of the crew rooms, you find hidden underneath the floor, already dug into the underneath the ground, like dug into, you find a non-standard storage container underneath the floor, like underneath the floor. You lift up the flooring to open the container, and inside of it, DeGrasse, you notice this right away, that they are symbiote holding tanks. And 3 of the 4 have symbiotes currently inside them. The 4th one is empty. You check, as part of this, you check to see who the room belongs to. That is definitely the wrong room. The room belongs to Joran Kirev.
Taps his comm badge. Commander DeGrasse to Captain Prax.
Go ahead.
I think I have something for you here, Captain. I think you should come here.
Assuming the foreman's with her, we're on our way. And she motions that, they need to stay here. The security guards to keep them in the mess hall.
Okay. And you and the foreman head over there.
Yeah.
And you eventually make it to one of the rooms, seeing the site I just described.
Let's get the symbiotes back up to the ship.
Oh, I should also mention that searching around near that too, still in that container, you do find some surgical equipment as well as some anti-rejection medication that perhaps you recognize from your work in the Symbiote Commission, as well as unknown substances.
Mr. Casey, I want you to seal this room and start collecting evidence. This is a crime scene, but the symbiotes need to be transported to the ship. Well, have one of your officers secure the location and get a security team to pick up this Joran.
Yep.
Pick up Joran.
As Casey says, he'll be right back. Yeah, so for those of you, I know we've ran kind of late. This is the last part we're in now. So we've only got a few minutes left.
Vidra, we're going to have to get blood samples from every single one of the Trill with your company.
Do what you need to do, Captain.
Everyone that is unjoined.
That should be all of them, Captain. No one on this trip was joined.
I'm not so sure about that anymore.
Looking at the scene clearly, you could tell that she's visibly angry. Casey, you were ordered to go apprehend Joran.
Oh, very good.
Just to catch you up.
I will go
Commander, go
arrest
with.
him.
She kind of much like go with him, Commander.
Of course, Captain.
And because the captain thought about leaving the security there is no issues. Where are you bringing him?
There's no jail cell here, so probably someplace where we can hold him and keep it secured.
On the planet, on the ship?
On the planet for now.
Okay. You find a small supply room, single door. Let's say it's over here. And Captain, you and if you want the foreman with you can enter. If not, let me know who you want there.
It's her. I mean, technically it's part of her crew, so she
All right.
might be listening in on it.
Yep, so it'll be you four, couple security guards nearby, Joran, sitting in a chair under a light.
You've been a busy man. Joran Curve. Karev? Is that right?
Kurev, and I don't know what you're talking about, Captain.
Well, for one, the anti-rejection medicine for symbiote joining a rather new treatment process, for which I must say, from what I can tell, the results are quite remarkable. My previous host would be quite jealous of you with that. As for the 3 remaining symbiotes that were found in your quarters, they have been taken someplace safe for now.
Captain, give me presence command diff 2.
I don't even think I have a focus for this. So.
You know, diff 3, I got the threat. I'm going to spend what I got left.
Persuasion, composure, negotiation.
It would depend on how you're approaching this.
This is more like an interrogation, so I just don't.
Yeah, that's why I don't think you have one.
I'm like, I just don't have a focus. Oh, man.
Well, you're joined, so
You know what? Well, you know what? I will use my joint talent to gain a focus interrogation.
Yep.
And I will give you 2 threat, and I'll spend 1 moment.
Dear God.
I didn't even need to use the joint talent. Look at that.
I know, right? So then he says, they assured me it would be safe.
Tell that to Ebony. You do know she was rejected from the Symbiosis Commission, more likely due to health reasons, not on the ability of her merits. Her abilities and merits.
The anti-rejection medication should have worked. They told me it would be safe.
For all I know, she could be dead right now as we speak. As for the symbiote, I have no idea. Where did you get the symbiotes? And how long have they been in stasis pods?
I haven't had them long. I got them at Starbase 27.
She looks to the farmer. I see. And who gave you these symbiotes?
I don't know who they were. All they said is that they have someone that can get symbiotes, and that they designed a medicine that can allow anyone to experience being joined. And then when we could remove the symbiote without the symbiote or the host dying. I administered everything the way they said to.
And what about, do you realize the damage you have done, not only to potentially the symbiote, but to the host in general? Ebony, Malcor is lying in the clinic, possibly with severe brain damage. And the doctors don't know the extent of it. He may never wake up. He may be permanently in a vegetable state.
I didn't know this would happen. They told me they figured all this out. They told me it would work.
And this didn't strike you as odd?
They said they'd give me a good cut of the payments.
Payments? Who's paying you?
Emery did, and Melko did.
Emery paid you, and Malco did?
And he just nods his head yes. Melko wanted to be able to talk to people better instead of being all nervous. And I told him that I had a way that he could do that he could be more confident.
And Emery wanted to be joined.
And he nods his head again.
I need every detailed information from you, and you're going to give it to Commander DeGrasse here on what happened and what transpired at Starbase 27. I want to know as much information as you possibly can give.
Like I said, I don't know who they were. All they told me is that they have a person inside the commission that can provide us with the symbiotes. That's all I know. I don't know who they are. I don't know their names. They never gave them to me. They only said that they would contact me again when they expected the payments.
Does he seem like he's being truthful?
Insight security. Or, sorry. Would it be security? No, Insight command.
Deception for focus?
Yeah, diff 4.
Oh my god.
I want to make this too easy.
I'm gonna be here all night. Take a threat. 2 momentum being spent. Rerolling a 0.
You could tell that he's what's the best way to describe this? He's shaken up over the news over his friends. But you at the very least believe that he is starting to be open about what's going on, given the state of his friends. You know, people that he's worked with for, however long.
Look, if you want to help your friends, I need you to work with one of my security department members for a sketch of who you contacted and where you went to on Starbase 27.
And he nods his head yes.
She looks to DeGrasse and Casey, motions for him to get beamed back up to the ship.
And Casey, DeGrasse, and Joran and your security detail get beamed back to the ship.
I am very sorry about this, Vidra, but I'm going to have to take your men into custody for the time being.
And you could just see her like very angry, like at the situation, at him. You do whatever you need to stop this.
Oh, I have some I have a good idea who might be behind this, but I'm about to head over to the clinic to see how the doctor's faring with your two crew members.
I'll be along in a moment, Captain.
She nods and walks out.
As soon as you step out of the room, you hear a loud yell followed by lots of banging. As you kind of peek over your shoulder, you just see the foreman just throwing objects across the room in a fit of rage.
That's quite a temper. Yeah, the captain's heading to the clinic.
And you get to the clinic.
Doctor, how is she?
She's stable for now, Captain, but with the way things were done, I don't know how things are going to go over a prolonged period of time.
What do you mean she's stable for now? She was in symbiosis rejection.
I managed to find a treatment plan that worked, I believe. Right now, they're both stable, but
Need to keep an eye on
I
her.
can't make any guarantees.
You need to keep an eye on her condition, doctor, because the longer she's joined with the symbiote, the less chances of her surviving and the symbiote are.
I know, Captain.
I would like you
I
to collect blood samples from all of the members of the mining staff here that are Trill, as well as some of the medical records of the other crew members on board our ship in case we have to do uh, an
an emergency transplant.
Yes. However, Doctor, there are 3 other symbiotes in pods up on the ship currently. I'll need
How
you.
long are this? Did you happen to have a chance to look at the power levels on the stasis units?
I have not, but judging they came from Trill 221, they could be new symbiotes.
They said not ours.
But we do need to check on the status of the other symbiotes that are on the ship, Doctor. Can't answer that.
Agreed. Agreed, Captain.
And I need to make a call to the commission.
Understandable.
All right, so to kind of wrap things up here, and then we'll finish with the captain's call. Casey and DeGrasse, you're able to get the description, which I'll let that be an advantage in another episode. So he fully cooperates. You get your sketch, so you have a proximity of what the guy looks like. The other pods for the symbiotes are stable. You do what you need to do to make sure that they're perfectly safe, and you don't foresee any problems with those symbionts. What do you do with the 2 patients here?
Is that a question for the doctor?
Really anybody. What's the plan with them?
Depending on Malco's condition, we could probably take him in, and because we're probably not going to be staying in orbit, probably going to be heading to 27. And then for Emery, I'm going to have to probably speak to the commission on her behalf or something.
Okay.
figure out what to do with her.
All right, so at the very least, they're probably both going up to your ship.
Yeah, probably in time. Probably Emery's probably gonna have to go up with the ship because of her current status.
Yeah, probably shuttled. Yeah.
Probably by shuttle, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just so I kind of know, at the end of the episode, what everyone's status is. So that takes care of them. All of them. Last thing, Captain's ready room.
Yeah, she will put in a call to certain Trill that she knows of at the commission.
Do you know first name or more formal? Just so I know how to roll this.
It has been a long time. Probably first name, maybe on a few, if they're still part of the commission from when she
Sure.
was.
Yeah, we can make it more personable. So you make the call, and male or female?
I mean, I remember when she was part of the commission. That was a century ago. So it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
All right, I'll keep it neutral for now. Azrael, nice seeing you again.
It's good to see you again too. I have a bit of a situation here.
Oh,
I have 3 symbiotes currently on my ship that came from a, shall I say, black market operation of smuggling symbiotes and implanting them in in Trill, who have not gone through the initiation. Well, the commission.
and you just see the expression on the person's face just do a 180. So you're telling me that several of our symbiotes are missing and are currently on your ship?
4. One has already been joined with someone who went through the initiation process but was rejected at the last moment when her medical revealed that that the symbiote would be rejected. Currently, her and the symbiote are in stable condition. However, the doctor was able to stabilize the rejection treatment that we were working on back then.
How did that information get out?
There's a leak within the commission. Someone is smuggling out symbiotes. Someone is passing along information.
This is very serious, Azrael. I'll have a talk with the commission and have them start investigating this.
I have a feeling it's someone high up. I only came to you because we're friends.
I'll make some inquiries.
I don't.
Unofficial, of course.
I do not want anyone to get wind of this, but I will need a vessel to rendezvous with my ship at Starbase 27. The other 3
I'll try to learn what I can here, Captain. Being discreet, of course. And I will meet you on Starbase 27 personally to discuss this matter.
I appreciate that.
In the meantime, do you know the name of this individual that is newly joined?
She should still be in the commission's database. It is Emery. Oh, I'm looking at the list for the last name. Emery Tannen.
And they start looking through their records. Emery Tannen, you say?
Yes.
And what was the reason that they gave for her being rejected?
I gave you a hunch. I only gave you one that I suspect, and only because of what we saw. From what my first officer described, her experience was the original host that was supposed to be joined declined at the last moment, and she was then rejected near being joined, or nearly being joined.
I'm gonna have to look into this.
But she was suffering from symbiote rejection.
I don't see anything in her records why she would be rejected, or why she would have issues with rejection. She seems to be a perfect candidate.
As to the state of the symbiote stuff, I have no idea if they are newborn or older. I'm expecting newborn, given the state that they're in the pods. They are potentially lasting longer than outside of the pools.
And if it is newborn, that would be why the connection with the host would be unstable. Why rejection would be more probable. The younglings, of course, are not formed enough to form a bond with a host.
That would explain the other problems we've seen. There are 2 Trill that are heading to Trillius Prime for medical treatment. They are in a comatose state. I suspect they have extensive brain damage. One of the patients here, who was joined but was rejected, I believe with the same symbiote that Ebony now has suffered extreme neurological damage, more than likely. He is currently in our care here on the expedition, and we'll be transporting him with us.
I would like to examine both of them myself, Captain, if you can arrange it.
Of course.
We have quite the mystery on our hands, Captain. And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
It is indeed troubling. Someone is playing with, well, fire.
I'll get looking in on this matter, Captain. I think I could rendezvous with you on Starbase 27 in 3 weeks. Is that okay with you, Captain?
That will be plenty of time for us to get make progress on our investigation at 27. We will probably be there easily within a week.
Very good. And you just see them shaking her head, looking at some data. What the hell is going on?
Have the Guardians check the pools.
That is the first thing I'm going to do, Captain. I'll keep you informed.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And the screen goes blank. Or back to the Starfleet's insignia.
And she just face palms and just goes back into her chair. Like, what nightmare have we stumbled into now?
And I think with that, we will call that the end of new Manevri Part 2.